You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now, where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire of the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
night, that's what we do.
Caution thrown to the wind from this guy.
Back in town, together we rise, conquer the crown. Sanctuary under siege, Coooley crew and DFC, we bring it fire the night, we back it down. Together we rise, conquer the crown. Plan in sight.
And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god! Huge comeback from 1! Beautiful chain from Toshank. Just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this!
We got some more lates in to do, boys. Holy shit! Joby is the only one in the chat. Everyone else is a bot. The fuck, man? I thought we handled that. Oh, whatever. Guess this is a charity stream. Anyways, welcome in, guys. What's going on, Travis? What up, Nim? Smolps! Jay Woosta! What up, guys? What up, Nim? Yup. Guys, this fucking card is amazing, and we're gonna get to it in a minute, but I just wanted to say big thank you to the absolute legends. Immortalized in this Hall of Fame, immortalized on these lists here. Couldn't do it without you guys, man. Means a lot. Let's friggin' jam this. Yeah, Travis, good luck to you. All right, good luck to you. Top necro here, all right? At least one person on the internet has said that. At least one. So therefore, we can say the word some. Anyhow, let's check out this DFC card. What up? Uh-oh, he's got something special for me. Boys, holy shit, look at this. Look at this. Let's check this card out. First of all, we've got the Squigs versus the Go Gators. This was supposed to happen last week, but, you know, Squigs, Go Gators, both of these guys have moved up to the top of the ranks, and now, thanks to solely their performance in the DFC, these guys are famous. They were in Time Magazine, I think, getting interviewed up there with Mr. Beast. And fucking holy shit, it has just been an absolute press fucking tour for these guys. So you gotta forgive them. Sometimes the schedules just don't work, they don't pan out. But luckily this week, we get to see it, man. We get to see it. It's gonna be epic. We've got the coach Jason himself, the man, the myth, the legend that started up in the Melee division and called his own success. But tonight he's going up against Darius D2R to see if he can prove it against an absolute legend. But this guy has definitively solved the question of which build is better, the Druid or the Paladin in Melee. Coach Jason currently holding that title and holding it down for those do players. That's what it is, man. This guy's a tough one to beat. Can't wait to see how it goes. And then we have got a special event here happening. in LLD in this division, DD, aka the Icy Dicey. We have called this guy the toe shank of LLD for a very long time, and tonight, he'll have a chance to prove it. Toe shank, as you might remember, I believe the record was 13 consecutive title defenses, and DD is at 12. Tonight, he could tie Toe Shank's record if he defends his belt versus Nim. However, Nimrod is an absolute savage. This guy, the coiner of the phrase, Dins get wins. That's what this guy is. He's going to try to get it in. He's got a tough matchup versus Icy tonight, but it is definitely doable. He's going to have to run that hammered in. He's going to have to get in there. He's going to have to play it safe. He's going to have to capitalize. He's going to have to be patient, knowing that Icy will be the same. Going to be able to frustrate from a distance and punish up close. That's the only way to beat Icy on that barb. Can Nim do it? We're going to find out. Going to be epic, man. And then we've got our first ever console feature match here tonight. This one's going to be sick. We've got two people from the PvP console world popping into the DFC and showing us their skills. We get a rare look into what the console PvP scene is like, and that is D-Slush versus Damien MTL. Can't wait to see what these guys bring to the table. It's going to be wild. I'm just more curious to see what it looks like, what the actual play looks like when you got two people playing on a controller, right? Playing on a controller, playing on console. It's going to be wild. It's going to be a whole different arena. It's nuts, man. And holy shit, look at this! Primo, the man, the myth, S tier. What is this? He says, Joby, don't die on go. Oh, believe me, we're getting there, all right? That is his one job tonight. Bro, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Primo. S-tier membership, man. Big cheers. That's actually a good question, poor boys. I don't know. I actually don't know if it's Xbox, PS. It's all the same to me now. It's all the same to me. I could go left or ain't nothing right, or I could go right or ain't nothing left. Tomato, potato, you know? But that being the case, we've got Green Lungs versus Ruthless. This one's going to be actual Ruthless in the HLD division. Can't wait to see it, man. Ruthless, a savage Zon player in all divisions. And Green Lungs has now ascended into all three, tackling all three divisions. And this guy is moving his way up in HLDs on a very powerful class. But can he take out the Ruthless, the Toothless, the Zon player himself? We're going to find out. And then look at this. This match is going to be super fun. It's the Jits, the notorious Charger Din player, gets to go up against Alpaca Bull. Alpaca Bull, we threw a fun rule up in here. 35% block only. You know, I think this is actually a pretty bad matchup for a Charger. So I think it's still going to be hard for Jits, even with that. But you never know. Jits has that top tier charging ability, all right? You never know what he's going to do. He's super quick, super predictable. The way that he uses charge to traverse the map and not only charge his opponent, but be unpredictable, use charge defensively, is going to be something that Alpaca Bull is going to have to catch on to very quickly. And man, look at this. The man, the myth, Toe Shank, he wanted to work his way back up the ranks. And let me tell you, he ain't had an easy night so far. You know, the winner of Javito and Coooley from last week was going to go up against Toe Shank as he tries to climb back up. And Javito surprisingly wiped the floor with me. I was on a Necro. I thought it was just going to be some easy, cheesy wins. And this guy, holy shit, it's been a while since I've dueled Javito. And this guy is on a whole different level, man. He is going to be a big test for Toe Shank, and honestly, a win over Toe Shank here for Javito. Big, big things. I think this could be the opportunity to silence all the haters for Javito. Big duel, but also, Toe Shank had better not underestimate this guy, because a win over Javito for him, it shows that, hey, look, he's going to be jumping up the ranks, right? Javito is an absolute savage. Y'all know it. I know it. Let's move on. Then we've got Jin Shin versus Crypto Ninja. I actually can't wait for this. This one is a little wild because Crypto Ninja is on like this. He calls it the Vindicator Inquisitor. It's sort of this build that he's made It's an Oradin with a whole bunch of tricks. But he has been beaten by Muchez in the past. It's one of his big defeats. And we're wondering if he has what it takes to take on Jinshin, another Savage Zon player, and learn from his previous mistakes. Or will the Zon be a very tough matchup for him? Will it be a tough one that he just can't get through? Either way, gonna be wild. It's gonna be a heavy one. It's gonna be nuts. And by the way, Hell Link, what up, man? Sub-Zero, Bruno, I see all you guys out there. Baloney Pony, what's up, man? Oh, it's on Xbox, by the way. That's sick. Mr. Puke, what up, guys? Holy shit, it's good to see you, man. Yep. Javito has no haters. Muchaz is a god. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, Javito's the man. Then we've got LOL Rages in the HLD division on a Sin. Very up-and-coming, promising Sin and Zon player here. I think this is the first time we're seeing him on a Sin. But this should be interesting because he's got himself another big up-and-comer, Himpapa Weed. Gonna be nuts. Good old FPK match. Can't wait to see it. We've got the Montriana track amp. Glad we're making that happen. And then look at this. We've got Team Nightfall versus Team Coooley tonight. This is what Primo was alluding to. I have a couple of teammates here. You know, I'm really hoping that they can live up to my level of skill. We've rarely seen it in the past, all right? It feels weird to say I'm going to be carrying two people, but unfortunately, we've got Maddie and Joby on my team, all right? And if anybody has seen the Pheno tier list, obviously meme tier is better than tier 2 is what I assume. I've never heard of meme tier, but that's what he put me on. So that clearly means I'm gonna have to be carrying Maddie and Joby tonight. It is just destiny. They have one mission. Don't die on go. That's it. Team TWH is in the game, by the way. Oh, hell yeah. All right, we'll have to pop in right after this. We're gonna get this going. We're gonna have to get this going. I'm gonna pop into a channel here. We'll get it to jamming. We'll get it to slamming. I'll also pop into the admin channel there with my boys. So, yeah, we'll get it. Then look at this, man. Nimrod versus Punch. This one's going to be sick. Nimrod is on the Din, which definitely has a class advantage over the Barb. There's a couple of different ways you could go about it. Smiter is a bit more of a fair fight, but still class advantage. And a Hammered In is absolute class advantage. I think in a death match, which is what this is versus Punch, I would certainly go with a Hammered In. Punch is a savage Barb player. If you're going to be in a death match, you take that advantage, because if you don't, it could mean the death of you. But Punch is absolutely nuts, man. I can't wait to see how he navigates this fight. He's one of the most respected, skilled Barb players on planet Earth. I can't wait to see how he navigates this. I personally am going to be taking some notes, and I hope you do as well. Win or lose, exciting dude to see his strategies and what he comes up with. We've got, holy shit, a huge card, man. Polytheist, random tool guy. That one's going to be, I'm not even sure if we'll be able to do this one because I just learned random tool guys from EU. Polytheist, obviously from the West Coast. So the time difference might be out there. But we're going to see, man. We're going to see how it goes. I hope we get to see it. Then we've got Serenity versus Riz. That one's going to be wild. Holy shit, man. Serenity on the VT, Riz on Sin or Din, whatever he wants to go with, right? Big test for him. Serenity is the Sin killer. He also is really good in Din v Din. A win over him for Riz would be huge. We've also got Trackamp taking on Baloney Pony for the Fire matchup of the evening. Fire Warlock versus Fire Druid. Gonna be nuts. Can't wait for that one. All hype, man. Trackamp versus Super Dude. Glad we got that one. Then we've got Will versus Dollhouse in the epic Sin v Sin showdown, or Din v Sin, whatever Will wants to bring to the table. And then Travix, you know, should be just I hate to come in all top necro, but should be an easy win. You know, they put me on spear only. Yeah, should be wicked easy. No problem. They had to nerf me. Top necro, man. Whoever made this matchup. Nah, in all seriousness, should actually be pretty fun. I'm looking forward to it, man. Good luck to you, Travix. I honestly think it is actually a necro favored matchup. So good luck, man. I hope the Dins get the wins, honestly. Mac's still looking for anybody who can challenge him on a Warlock. It's just how it is. Look at this LLD division too. AF50 versus Green Lungs. Sin v Sork. That one's going to be wild. We've got It's the Jits versus Ruthless Toothless. It's the Jits, of course, on the Din. Ruthless on Zon or Din. His choice. And then we've got Lol Rages on that Zon versus who? This guy right here. If he wants to keep staying up at the top of the ranks, he's gonna have to prove that he can beat the top Din on that Zan, all right? He's gonna have to do it. We're gonna see tonight, man. That's actually gonna be a fun one. Can't wait for it. Then we've got Smolps versus Green Lungs in an SVS battle in LLD. That one's gonna be wild. We've got, oh man, look at this, boys. We have got an absolute legend that has come into the Melee division. One might say that the entire reason the Melee division exists in DFC is because of this guy. Legalize making his DFC debut. I don't know why we put him. It says he's on a barb. Forget about that. That was a mistake. All right, that's a big mistake. That was obviously Bill's fault. That was a last-minute match because now we've got him in here twice. We've got Leek on the Din versus Lucian on the Druid. We've also got Legalize versus Donger. Din v Din. Man, that's going to be nuts. And then, of course, we've got Nimrod versus Green Lungs in the Legacy Melee division. And then, of course, Skeletor versus AF50 for a barb match. Skeletor on the barb versus AF50 on the Din. I'm fucking excited about this card, boys, as you might be able to tell. But as of right now, we've got to get in there. I got to give my team some coaching and let them know that they can't die on go. Let's fucking do this. Hey.
What's up, bud?
What's going on, Matty? All right, yeah, I was just saying a lot of good things about you on stream, by the way.
I heard, bud.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did.
AFK for a second. Yo, by the way, Master Otis. Oh, thanks so much, man. I appreciate you, dude. Look at this. 34 months, creeping up on that 3 years. I can't even believe it, man. That's so wild. Dude, big cheers to you, man. He says, happy Thursday, legend. Big cheers and right back at you, my friend. Holy shit. Huge. All right, yeah. I forgot what I was talking about. Hold on, let's get back in there. I forgot what we were talking about, but yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? Just had to. All right, we ready? Let me get this game fired up here. Should be lock, but I'll take on any opponent. Yeah, hell yeah, Max. That'd be sick. I'll give deathmatch odds to anything non-Warlock. That's actually a good offer. That's a really good offer. No, I probably wouldn't. It honestly, that's why I sent that to the mod channel, Max. It's like, I hate showing videos of like the place that I live or close to it, you know? You never know. All right, boys, are we in a game?
Yeah, I should have friend join enabled.
All right, sick. Friends. Oh shit, I gotta join a game first or else it doesn't load my friends list. Hold up. Does anybody else have this problem? You gotta like pop into a game first, then you leave, and now your friends list in the lobby works. I guess mine just doesn't anyway. Hold up. It's just not gonna work. Friends list is offline.
I'll message you the game.
Right. Hell yeah. Thanks, brother. All right, guys. So I was just saying that you guys are super skillful, and I think we've got this. I just got to get fucking dialed in. What are we going up against? Druid, Necro, and Barb?
It would appear so.
All right. How much DR do I want? 0? Might as well be 0.
Probably max.
I'm gonna go with 0.
You do your thing.
Yep, I'm gonna go with 0. They're just gonna amp me anyway.
Remove Enigma. Remove Enigma if you go 0. Remove it.
All right, we're not getting that crazy, okay? We're not getting that crazy.
You sit on a throne of lies.
All right. So we've got Team Nightfall up in here. And versus Team
Probably, yeah.
Trash Can.
what?
I only speak for one of my teammates, and I'm not going to specify who it is. All right, but we're going to call him the team captain. So, who wants to be team captain?
Greetings.
Let's get it, boys.
All right, let's jam this. Team
someone drop
DFC
us-
versus
yeah.
Team TWH. That's what it is. Yeah, I'll take care
you
of
don't need to
both. I'll take care of
don't need
bottle
to.
orders.
Bro, I'm on a bar, bro. Give me your CTA.
All right, here you go.
Fucking guy. Like a beer.
Hell yeah. All right, boys. Let's friggin' do this.
I am ready.
I don't have... Let me see here.
DR.
Okay, I've got... This should be good. Didn't even repair yet. Holy shit. Oh, hopefully we can jam it, boys. All right, this is round one. Let's get in the fucking zone, huh? Let's get in the fucking zone. Hold up. I gotta actually get in the fucking zone. Let's do this. I'm on a necro. Let's do it right. All right, I'm jamming it, boys.
Yep.
All right, we jamming?
Waiting for go.
All right. Good luck. Let's jam. All right, here we go. All right, they're all amped.
Necro's not him.
I hit the drip.
I hit the bar. Bard is very low. Bard is dead. Bard is dead.
I think druid is low.
Should all be amped.
I hit the druid again.
I hit the Necro. Necro's low.
I hit necro again. Might be for PK range.
Yeah.
I didn't see his life, but he said he was low. I hit him again, I think.
Yeah, he's quite low. I think not too many foes.
Yeah,
Tons of IBS spam, but we've got it. Oh shit! All right, now it's time. Now we turn on the heat. All right, should be amped. He's re-amped. Easy! Look at that shit. Getting up in there, jamming, slamming.
Yes.
only
Yeah.
with the carry.
Yeah, I know, dude. That was tough carrying you guys for that round. I'd appreciate it if you could do some more work in the next one.
We'll try.
Good day.
Insert your friend's comms.
I can't do that here.
All right.
We could. You're basically fluent in French now.
Yeah. Tab on neck, man. Tab on neck.
Vashi, Joby.
Veshi, Joby.
CTA, someone?
Band Cubs. By the way, what up, Band Cubs Lab? What up, Track Camp? Hey, good to see you, man. We just in this team duel right now. We got to settle this. Oh yeah, here's you need CTA.
Oh, it's done. Joby dropped it.
Oh, word. All right,
I am ready.
let's friggin' go, boys. Locking right the fuck in. I got one job. Right, here we go. Here we go. Wait for the G. Wait for the G. All right, here we go.
Not down.
All right, this should all be amped now.
Or the board has a shield.
Necro is below half, bro. Bard is not M Coooley.
I hit the druid.
Bard is not M.
I don't know where he is.
Bro, he's on top of us, bro. What do you mean?
Bro, I just...
Oh shit! All right, you got
Bard,
somebody
bro.
though. Good, nice job. All right, come on up here. I'm gonna have a spirit train.
The Bard has a shield, so you can really be naive. You gotta make sure to have it.
Pieced
Yeah,
up
do
the
it
druid
quick.
quite well.
Chain locking a druid, full aggro.
We don't give a fuck, man. Top necks can get away with that shit.
You have to re-amp Necro.
Yep, got you. Zamped. Gonna try to re-amp the druid too, just in case I die. He's
You're
amped.
not gonna die, bro.
Oh shit! Oh my god!
We got him, bro.
Damn, son. GG.
Good day.
Damn, son. All right, here we go. No, I don't know what you're talking about, Track Amp. You see what Track Amp is saying in this chat? Coooley can go AFK. No, I can't. Not with these teammates. No, not at all. No, these guys need a full carry. Not at all. That is not true. I know, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to make these guys feel better about their dueling skills, and I appreciate that. That's really, that's good energy. That's really good energy in the chat. Appreciate that, Track Amp. All right, what is this? FT4? FT3?
4.
All right, FT4. Let's jam it. We're up 2-0.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, man! It's gonna be sick. By the way, I missed a ton of puff apes. So sorry about that, man. Puff ape for my boy Bruno.
Go, boys.
All right, let's do it.
Come to me, go.
Necro is half.
Well, that was a dumb stomp. Luckily, I got away with it. That's some top neck shit. Wow. That one wasn't, though. All right, we're getting a little too... We're obviously going to lose this. Because once our Necro goes down, you guys are going to see. You guys are going to see here in a minute. By the way, Stay Frosty, big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Yeah, those were just bad stomps. I was not locked in, not gonna lie. But it was... By not locked in, Travix, I meant obviously I was lagging. So, you saw it. I don't know what the ping was here. We can't see on the death screen, but trust me, it's probably like 500.
The board is full.
Yeah. I'm big.
Yeah.
I literally telly stomped twice into NATOs. Yeah, see,
He's
down.
BVP.
Yep, down goes Joby. Now you're gonna see, Track Amp. Now you're really gonna see. When the Necro goes down.
It's always
Yep,
the
see,
necklace.
look at that.
Bro.
Look
Always.
at that. Whole team got wrecked. Crazy. By the way, patent pending, man. Holy shit. Look, this guy. This friggin' guy. What is this? Bro. Thank you so much, patent pending. 10 gifted subs? That is fucking wild. Or gifted memberships. That's VIP tickets over there. My guy. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that, man. Big cheers to you. That's huge. That's huge. Always so kind, so generous, man. I can't believe that. I can't believe that, dude. Look, that's going to be just what I need to get up in here, get this jamming, get it slamming. It's going to bring me the luck that I need right there. All right. We in this. All right,
No
guys.
spears, Coooley. No spears, no spirits.
All right.
You're gonna teleport and cast Embro.
Yeah.
That's your job,
Well, all right, then you guys is don't fucking die on go, all right? Don't die
That's
on
why you're
go,
in the
guys.
meme tier, bro. Meme tier.
Yeah, meme tier is higher than tier 2. Who's ever like
I mean, tier
2 is
two
a
can
number. Meme is a word. So
Oh, damn.
oh shit. Oh shit.
All right, you guys have to
Joby
clutch.
is in trouble.
If you want to go on me, put a bar. Just a little trade. Let's see if it's a big.
That should drop to 37. Necro is not end anymore.
Gotcha. He is now.
Good is not end.
Jam Slam and Alabama Valley YY.
Oh shit! Patent pending again, my guy.
I think I hit the bar, bro. Solid. And the Necro, I think he's not them.
I can't get him. Druid's on me.
Let me know when you do.
All right, they're all amped now.
Good kill. Good kill. Now, this is going to be hard. Oh, I hit him, please. TPK, one spear.
Oh, he low.
He's very low. Like, one spear is low, for sure.
If Coooley clutches, I'll break through the end of it. Oh my
What was that,
god.
Maddie?
Teeth?
What was that,
it
Maddie?
teeth?
God damn it. God damn it.
Teeth, huh? Well, it was teeth, huh?
Yeah. Yep. Oh yeah.
I got the shoulder trick, just one smite. That's all I did. I got him to one.
Wow. Wow. We did it. We did it. All right. Oh, teeth, eh? Look, sometimes you just gotta drag those teeth. Sometimes you gotta drag them. Drag them. Sometimes you just gotta drag them, dude.
FT4.
All right, here we go. 3-1, baby. Holy shit.
Let's drop.
Yeah, that's a good idea. To drop some pools.
Greetings. Thanks.
Yeah, see, that time I was locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that time locked right in. I appreciate the comms, because even though I know to keep people amped, sometimes I can't see them. All the CT casting and top tier gameplay that I'm doing, I don't actually see them on my screen. So it's good to know when they're not amped. I appreciate those comms.
Gotcha, bro.
Coooley, die on go, please. Oh, I know. See, they're calling out. They need me to go first. That's what it is.
We got
They know.
enough mana, bro. We're good to go. Calling
Right.
it. Go.
Wow.
You're good. You're still alive, bro.
Yep.
I can't carry it.
Huge.
Huge.
I hit the druid. Oh, look at this.
Nicely done.
assist.
Nicely done.
I am overburdened.
Damn, son.
I can't do that here.
GG's. And now, you guys see, I mean, top tier necro play, especially there at the end. You see that corner I got into and just lined up that fucking train of bone spirits. There ain't many people that can do that. Ain't many people with those kind of skills, you know?
Alright, enjoy your stream, bro.
Hey, GG's,
sure you got a
man.
big
Thanks so much, Maddie. Appreciate you guys. GG's, guys.
GG, peace, bro.
Absolutely. All right, boys. Well, what a duel. G fucking G's. We kicked some ass. We kicked some ass. Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming. All right, we have got a couple of people. I'm going to start up a queue here. I'm going to start up a queue. That's usually how we do this. If this is your first time in the DFC and you're wondering what's going on, wondering what to do, let me clue you in on it, man. It's pretty simple.
Nothing will stand in my way.
All right, first thing you want to do, all right, you'll see us just chilling in the Join the Stream channel over here in Discord. And once you're ready with your teammate, all you got to do, or with your opponent, just pop in here and share your screen. That lets us know you're ready to jam, ready to slam, ready to Alabama. And it looks as though Smolps and Greenlungs might be ready to throw down in the LLD division. That's what I'm going to guess. I'm going to check with these guys individually. But let's go Smolps, Greenlungs, and then we've also got Nimrod with a number of duels up in here tonight. Can't wait to see them all. That's what we're going to do first. Let's pop in here. Let's jam it. We've also got DD up in here. Damn, man. Oh, shit. That's going to be so good. It's going to be a night, boys. It is going to be a night. All right. We are checking out Smolps' screen here. He is on the Sorceress. He's going up against Greenlungs in LLD. Low-level dueling. Level 30 duels here. That's what this guy's going to be doing. And it's going to be an epic showdown. SVS. Both these guys looking to start climbing the ranks in this LLD division. Smolps had a bit of a rough start, going from melee champion, dabbling, getting his feet wet in the LLD division. But I gotta say, this guy's catching on quick, all right? And what I love about him is he's going all in on this build. Love that he uses the Hydra, and he's really committing to it. This is how you really see what skills are capable of and what, more importantly, players are capable of with those skills. And that is exactly what we're seeing here from Smolps. He's going with that Hydra, even though it's not necessarily a very popular skill in LLD. Nice shots here. It's going to be a fireball battle. By the way, Thor Jitsu, my guy, big cheers to you, man. 5 months. He says, still stuck in AK. Be ready to duel when I get back home. ROT dub team duels, melee sounds, fire. Gonna be sick, man. We'll see you then, brother. Enjoy yourself out there, man. Thank you so much. Also, I just want to say, patent pending. I was kind of, you know, carrying a team there a second ago, obviously. But I just want to say a big thank you to you again, man. All the gifted memberships and the 10 spot, like, that's so wild, dude. That means a lot. That's huge. And I want to give a big cheers to you for that, brother. Basically, the playlist is the old streams, but I probably should put them on a playlist because who knows? Maybe I'll do different streams on this channel. Yeah, the controller auto-aim on a ranged char is crazy. It is pretty cool, but the thing is, you kind of lose the ability to CT cast with a controller as well. And yeah, what we're seeing here is Smolps playing on controller. I believe Greenlungs is on just regular mouse and keyboard. So there's some stark differences there, I believe, with how these guys can and will approach each other, the distances at which they can engage, and of course the accuracy when you're on controller, right? All of these things provide different perks, different things in specific scenarios, specific situations. The key is playing to your strengths on whichever medium you're choosing to engage with, whether it's a controller, right? Maybe getting in there close, realizing your teleport distance, knowing when to go, and then when to just chuck those fireballs, right? It's really good. But also, if you're on mouse and keyboard, the CT casting, the distance, right? All of these things are huge. Nice shots here so far from Smolps. He's really coming ahead in this round. He's coming from behind. Chucking those Hydras as well, really trying to prevent those stomps. Oh, nice shot again. This is wild, man. Greenlungs is up 1-0 so far, but in this round, Smolps is so far ahead. That doesn't mean nothing, though. That don't mean nothing. All right, it could all be over in a matter of seconds. Big hits there from Greenlungs. Big hits there. No, these guys aren't playing on console. They're playing on PC, but Smolps is on controller. Greenlungs is on mouse and keyboard. Put Track Amp and I in the queue. All right, GG. Super Dude and Track Amp is up in there. We've got Nim and DD after this. Then we've got Super Dude v Track Amp. Oh my god, and down goes Greenlungs, slain by the Alicia Keys, aka the Smolps, tying things up here in this round. Now, SVS is very interesting. You see, Sorceresses in low-level dueling and level 30 duels it's the only class that enjoys the natural teleport advantage, right? Unlike, you know, in HLD where people use Enigma, any class can teleport, which does even the playing field quite a bit. But in low-level dueling, it's a bit different. Other classes can use teleport staffs and all of this, but the natural teleport advantage of the Sorceress is really good, man. Opens up a lot of windows and certainly some big mobility at level 30. But both of these guys are on the Sorceress, on a fire variant of the Sorceress at that. This is the closest thing to a mirror match we've seen since the epic days of CVC. Charge v Charge. Good old Murder SC versus just about anybody that would step up against him and Charge v Charge. That shit was crazy. Some great duels there, man. But it's always fun to see this because it does take that advantage out of the class matchup itself, and it really comes down to what you're seeing here is just a master class of how these guys are navigating mouse and keyboard versus controller. And so far, it's a tie game. Really cool. Nice shots there from Smolps, and he wisely gets out. I really like that. Smolps is very keen on this interaction here. Nice shots from the Hydra. See, this is something. This is something. He knows that when he gets in these exchanges, especially at oh my god, and again, I think that might have even been a Hydra PK. I think that might have been one fireball and then the follow-up with the Hydra there and got him. He's managing that distance very well, but he's also not getting very greedy. When you see newer players on a fireball Sork, it is very common to see them in SVS just get super greedy, right? And sometimes you can do that, right? Sometimes you can get away with it if you can catch your opponent with a nice chain and they don't expect it, being real sneaky with that name lock, right? There's a ton of reasons why you would be able to get, you know, a little bit greedy, get those stomps and just keep throwing. And by greedy, I mean you stay in one spot and just keep locking on and throwing. But a lot of times what you should do is exactly what Smolps is doing here. You see those, gets that shot, gets out of there, right? Like, he knows that this is how he wins these exchanges, right? It's not all gonna be in one big hit and KO, right? It's gonna be, all right, I won this exchange. Now I win the next one. That's how it is. But now Green Lungs is choosing a different distance at which to engage, which this is going to be tough for Smolps right here because of that controller disadvantage. And there it is. There it is, man. Yeah, at range, sure, like you can lock onto your opponent, but with a fireball in particular, and why I think it's interesting with a controller at range is because you don't usually want to lock onto your opponent always. You want to shoot a couple at them, but then you kind of want to just lead them, right? Shoot where they're going to be. Sort of like if you're shooting guided arrows on a Zon, right? You don't necessarily want to lock on all the time, especially when your opponent's not on screen, right? Or is just off your screen, right? Sometimes you're going to want to lead them a little bit. And that is something that Green Lungs will be able to do at distance, and so far, he's making a big point of doing this here. Now Smolps is playing high-level IQ right here. High-level IQ.
Became a member, and Track Camp celebrates 8 months of membership. Put Super Dude and I in queue, please.
We got you in there, Track Amp, bro. Thank you so much, man, for the Legend tier 8 months, man. That's so crazy. I already got you in there, man. We could say it was Super Dude that already requested it, or I'm Psychic. Actual Psychic, man. Nah, you're good, bro. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, man, and a big cheers. By the way, just seeing that, sir, what's his name? Don't get hit. Exactly. That was the strat, dude. Just gotta jam sometimes. Sorry I'm so late on some of these responses. Yeah, and now it is... What is this? 2-1? Is it 2-1 in favor, or 2-2? I lost it. Yeah, that's what it is. 2s. Palm reading next stream. You know, I usually charge for that, but yeah, we could do that. We could probably make it happen. Yeah, usually just don't give away the future predictions for free, you know, it's gotta be enough to pay for the legal fees when I'm wrong. Yeah, exactly. Put the puck where they're gonna be, not where they are. Bush Jr. That's right. That's right, man. Well said, well said. This is quickly becoming a game of managing distance. So, no, that was a situation right there. I think Smolps could have got a little more greedy. because Greenlungs didn't even have a lock on him. He wasn't even facing him. You could tell he was not ready for the angle that that Smolfs shows there. Smolfs landed some more shots here. He's choosing to play it safe, and I gotta say, I actually like that. He could have got greedy, but when you get greedy, you can get punished for it. And he's choosing, knowing that at any moment, Greenlungs can just choose to go the distance game, and it gets a little harder for Smolfs. But he's just taking these licks, taking these, you know, taking these wins where he gets them. Ooh, man. Big hits there for Greenlungs from way off screen. Now, you can see that Smolfs is able to aim some of these fireballs without locking on as his opponent is just off screen here. Didn't actually know. I don't know how much control he has over that. You have to forgive me for my controller ignorance here. I don't know exactly how much control he has over that at range, but he's making it look easy, and, you know, he's doing it. Leading himself with some fireballs there, some smart play, and some smart play. Just taking these shots, taking the exchange, and moving on. But now, mana is becoming a problem here. You're going to see him swap his weapons to go to Insight here. Insight is a very good LLD weapon. Allows you to recover that mana so quickly. Used by a lot of different characters in LLD. It is a staple. I would say Insight is just as much of a staple of LLD as Enigma is in HLD. Insight, big staple. I mean, there are very few classes that don't have one in their stash, at least. I know, hard to believe, yeah. I actually haven't GB Titan, never been wrong ever, but just in case, you know, just in case, like, you know, it's all the Matrix, so if I get too many predictions right, they'll just change the numbers and shit, you know? Xbox players tuning in, hell yeah, man. Welcome in, Hydro. Good to see you, man. Yeah, we about to have an Xbox throwdown in a little bit. Oh, sorry about this. We might actually have some dueling banjos here going on with Bloodmore music and this. That's all Bill's fault, definitely not mine. As GB Titan said, I've never been wrong, never done anything remotely questionable or wrong at all, definitely not. Oh man, holy shit. Big shots there, big shots. Smolfs went from being significantly far ahead in this fireball duel to Greenlungs even in the score here real quick. And this is 2-2 right now. This is 2-2, and these guys are at pretty similar life totals going into this 5th round. Smolfs wisely getting out of there, choosing not to engage when he gets surprised. When your opponent is ready, when they're launching those fireballs and they're on your screen, if you ain't got that lock, if you ain't ready to fire back, you just got to get up out of there. It's the only way to go. I love Smolfs' strategy here. Look at this, man. He's circling around, and he actually is kind of looking for that telly stomp, that lock. Look at this. Pushing that pressure, pushing that aggro. That's actually hard to do on a controller. Like, you know, really, in SVS, I would imagine anyway, again, forgive my controller ignorance, but, you know, pushing the pressure. You can't chain lock as easily on controller, so I hear it's possible, but certainly not as easy. True, yeah, exactly. If you don't have an Insight staff, you probably have a Telly staff. I think Barb is like really the only character that doesn't really ever use Insight unless you're on like some pet build. But like even the Necros and Druids and Zans use Insight Bow a lot of times, but Necros, Druids, Chargers, of course, that's the weapon of choice for 2 hands. You know, all of these classes. Holy shit, man. Great duel there. I thought Smolfs was going to have it. He had the angle on his opponent, but unfortunately, Greenlungs got the better of him there. Smolfs started out so good in that round, but Greenlungs utilizing that range, getting in there. It's now 3-2 in Greenlungs' favor. Yeah, but there's a lot of classes that use it. I mean, those classes, Necro, Druid, they still use the Telly staff, but they usually will have an Insight in their cube. The Druid, not so much. Druid really doesn't need it, but Necro for sure. We've seen that happen quite a bit, especially in team duels. Sin, of course, same thing. They'll have an Insight to swap to, and that's because one of the big things is mana potions are banned in LLD. So that kind of makes it so that a lot of these builds here, nice stomp there from Greenlungs, Big pressure push in here from the GL. Oh, nice hits with the Hydra there. That was big. And what Smolps is trying to do here is engage within these Hydras. He's trying to capitalize on this so that when Greenlung starts to get a little bit froggy, and when he tries to utilize those stomps, gets hyper aggressive, Smolp's going to set up these Hydras, which aren't going to do big KO damage, but they're certainly so annoying if your plan is to stomp and not move, right? Just like that. Now you see Greenlung stomping. He might have run out of mana in that stomp, and now he's trying to recover it. He stomped and then immediately bailed and really wasn't in any immediate trouble, which makes me think that that's immediate swap to insight there. He was out of mana on that stomp. That was a scary one for him. The skill shrine. Whoops. Yeah, exactly. Fill up on this nicotine here. Uh-oh, big shots there from Greenlung's. Greenlung's from the brink of defeat here. He's basically on his last breath. And there it is. Tied up 3v3 here. Smolps v Greenlung's. Just like that. And by the way, I love MF. My guy. Welcome in, man. Welcome in. I hope your stream went really well. I hope you found everything you were looking for. Did you go back to D2R today, or were you back, or were you on PD2? Either way, dude. Pumped to see you. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. We are doing some good old Diablo 2 duels, boys. Every Thursday night we get together, the whole lot of us, obviously the best duelers in the world. No, we all get together. We love some PvP, and we all get together, have ourselves a 1v1 tournament, whole bunch of different 1v1 matches. We have our own little ladder, and it's pretty fun, man. It's right now we're watching a level 30 duel between two sorceresses here. Level 30 duels. Very interesting. There's different items that you have available to you at this level versus at higher levels, right? Characters can't use enigmas. They still can teleport, though, with those telestaffs. It's very interesting. Makes stomping quite a bit different. And in this matchup right here, you guys came in at the perfect round. It's currently 3-3 between Smolps. And if you've never heard of that guy, an absolute savage, man. Makes some of the best shorts on YouTube for Diablo 2. Smolps Gaming, one hell of a guy. And he's going up against Greenlung's savage, decorated melee champion. Dabbling his feet into every division now. LLD, HLD. Both of these guys actually very decorated melee players as well. So we are seeing two titans who have probably seen each other in the inner cloister quite a number of times in melee. Now getting to step against each other for the first time in some LLD. It's pretty crazy. And by the way, man, Coooley versus I Love MF. Oh, hell yeah.
Coooley versus I Love MF.
Dude, any day, man. Any day. Hell yeah, dude. Send him in. Send him in. Yo, bro, still PD2 trying to get to rank 1. Lucian, that's sick, man. That's sick. Yeah, GG's, brother. Really appreciate you. Big cheers. And also, big cheers to Patent Pending, man. What is this? This guy, just to recap, man, gifted 10 memberships. That's 10 VIP tickets to people on the YouTube side over here. Comes in with the 10 spot, and as if that wasn't enough, all right? Coming in with a 50 drop, dude. What the fuck? Bro, big cheers, man. Thank you so much. That's huge. I literally can't thank you enough, man. That's wild. Brings a good feeling. Brings a good feeling, dude. Not necessary at all, guys. Patent, it's not necessary. And much appreciated. Oh, really? That's so weird, dude. Dino was telling me on my YouTube main channel that that super chat wasn't working too. I guess it's like sporadically breaks for people. I doubt it's just my channel, or if it's I don't know if it's like YouTube in general, but who knows? Maybe they're just like, dude is too violent on his streams. We can't let the super chats go in. You know, can't let everybody be doing it. Keep getting errors. Word. Oh my god, and there it is. Alicia Keys, aka the Smolps, gets there, racking up his first LLD win, getting in the column, getting in the winner's bracket here. That's huge, man. Huge. And wow, what a back and forth. I'm so happy to see this one right here. It's very, very interesting duel in the LLD division in the sense that both of these guys have access to that natural teleport. But so good to see, man. Either one of these guys that won, I'd have been super happy to see it. Both of them very deserving, savage players. It's going to be, that was just an epic showdown right there. Let's check this out. We're popping into Green Lung's point of view here. And now we kind of get to see, I'm sure these guys have quite similar gear. As you can see, they're literally matching it up. Look at this. Green Lungs is going spot for spot with Smolps. He's putting all of his gear spot for spot with Smolps. I love it, man. I love it. That's dope. Really showing off, really showing off that how similar these builds are. With only a couple of exceptions, it looks like Smolps went with, I'm going to guess those are Cow King's boots. And Green Lungs went with Sanders, and I actually like that a little bit better. But either way, 230 20 helms. Look at all this savagery at level 30 that you can wear, right? Obviously the Visceraton, yeah, Cow King's boots there. Mage Fist with a plus to fire skills. All these things level 30. But it's really made on a sorceress. It's really made in your amulet, your circlet, and sometimes your wand, right? It's very rare, but oftentimes level 30 wands can be absolutely nuts. So that can make or break, or really, I shouldn't say make or break, but really push your build over the top. But yeah, some great stuff here from these guys. That circlet of Smolps was pretty insane. 230 20, big mana boost, wild. Yep, got the first dubs. Congrats, man. That's friggin' awesome. Gazer and I should be ready around 9 p.m. Eastern. Thanks, brother. By the way, same matchup. NVD Mirror, 13 Spirit. Sounds good, brother. Thank you so much for that. I'll just preemptively throw you up in there. We'll go Squigs v Gators at 9 p.m. We'll get you in there, brother. Thank you so much for that. Good duel between these guys. We have got Nimrod versus DD up next, guys. This one is going to be for the low-level dueling level 30 title. And man, I can't wait to see it. Let's pop in here. Let's check this out. Oh man, there he is. This guy going for some big things tonight, man. DD, aka the Icy Dicey Willie Tie Toe Shanks record. We're gonna find out, man. These guys starting it up in round one right here. We are watching this from DD, aka the Icy Dicey's perspective. He has defended the LLD belt 12 times in a row, and tonight he's going up against a savage in Nimrod as he gets in there, closes the distance, and gets punished hard for it. Now, Icy Dicey is in trouble. He's taking some big hits here. He's taking some big hits. I really respect the fact that DD is coming in here not on a throw bar, but on straight whirlwind. This means he's turned this into a real duel. This is going to be the classic real whirlwind v hammer duel. It is going to be a duel of timing. And there it is. Nim gets round one. Here we go, baby. Damn, son, Nimrod is up 1-0 so far, and he doesn't seem to be happy about that win. But the thing is, he's got to do what he's got to do here, and he's got to spam those hams. He's got to stagnate them. He has got to do what he's got to do, right? Barbs are a very, very tough opponent. The tables sort of turn a little bit with the Barbarian as opposed to high-level dueling, right? In HLD, the Barb is arguably the worst class, right? Arguably the worst class, least powerful, most bad matchups. It's a rough life for a Barb in HLD, but in LLD, different story. Different story. It is a very powerful build as DD closes the distance there, lands some big whirlwinds, and doesn't get punished nearly as much as he could have been. by those hammers. I love what DD is doing here. He's staying on the outside and he's forcing Nim to overreact. And what that's going to do is it's going to waste Nimrod's mana. And what he's going to do is if he runs out of mana here, he's going to be in a lot of fucking shit. He is going to be in a lot of shit. And that is where DD can really punish him. But so far he's got in there. He's landed some shots. That is going to waste his mana. And DD knew it. He tried to close the distance, but Nimrod got another win. Now advancing to 2-0 in this matchup. Damn, son. You do, Darius. That's a great point. I was just talking about that. You might have said that before I even got to that point. But yeah, you do risk running out of mana that way. If you stagnate those hammers, if you're constantly spinning, right, you risk running out of mana. And that is big for a barb. If you run out of mana, you almost had better have an insight to the point where you can kind of lace your way back to getting mana. Because if you don't, the barb just eats you alive, man. It changes the whole tone of the battle. And I think that's what DD is doing here. You notice him staying on the outside. Nim is setting up perfect hammer fields here. And DD is just choosing not to engage in them. That's very smart. The hammer fields are too good. Just let your opponent waste their mana. Oh, man. Big hits for Nim there. Huge, man. DD's in trouble. DD caught on this puddle. Nimrod trying to take advantage of it. You see that? Closing the distance, getting in there in the puddle. He might have actually caught him with some invisible hammers there. I saw some big damage go to Icy Dicey's life total here. And now Nimrod he might focus on that FOH to try to finish, but if I was him, I probably wouldn't. That is actually a trap, man. If you focus on that too much, DD will punish you for it, man. He knows. DD's got to be careful not to engage as he comes in off the map like this, because all of those hams that Nimrod is spinning while DD is off the map become invisible when DD reapproaches. So it makes things a little dicey, for lack of a better term. Makes things a little dicey going back in. You know, you gotta be careful with that. Nim really is, man. This is huge. This is huge. I did not expect Nimrod to be up this much already, but as we've seen before, you cannot count Icy Dicey out. I have been up 3-0 against this guy, and he came back with a 4-3 victory. It was crazy. This guy, he is literally, we've compared him, we've called him the toe shank of LLD for the longest time. I really think it's true. This guy plays on a whole different level. He's patient. He's ready to turn a duel into a real duel if he must, you know? That's just how it is. He'll do it. He'll do it if he needs to. And this might be one of those duels. It might be one of those times. As he gears up with this barbarian here playing, he's gonna be very patient. The thing is, the more he stays on the outside with these honors, the more he's going to rep some life back. Nim is trying to punish with that FOH. He knows that he's in trouble. He knows DD is in trouble. Nice shots there from DD. That was amazing. That was some amazing timing, amazing angles. This guy, he knows that this is a game of patience. It always is in LLD with Din v Barb. It is always a game of patience, timing. Got to control the pace of the duel. And as it stands right now, both of these guys got a pretty good handle on it. They are jockeying for position in this round. Jockeying to dictate the pace. Nim staying in his hammer fields here, trying to protect himself at all times, knowing that the whirlwind from these barbarians is fucking wild. It is a heavy hitting attack in low level dueling. Very, very heavy hitting. He's trying to get, DD is trying to get an angle on Nim here as he gets FOH down. That FOH is going to do about 10 damage per tick here. That's 30 plus ticks, basically, that Nim is going to need to get at this point. That's going to take a toll on that mana. But as you can see, Nimrod has, he has a scepter with meditation. And DD is noticing that right now. He's noticing how Nim is keeping this up. He's keeping it up with meditation on his scepter here so that he can perpetually keep these fields up. And now he's trying to figure that out, get his timing down, and punish him when he starts to get low on mana. Because he knows if he tellies in when his opponent has... Oh my god! Huge, dude! Huge win right there. That one actually counts. So it's 3-1. 3-1 between these guys. That is wild. But that one counts. What he's trying to do is time that meditation. Because if he gets in there and those hammers were cast while meditation was up, they don't do as much damage. They are not doing full damage, not even close. Yeah, Leap Blind Spot, that's also a smart one to... he's probably looking for that angle, but the thing is, when someone's playing like Nim is double stacking these hammer fields, so if you leap in, you run the risk of... It's almost like when you telly in HLD, it's sort of the same risk. Like, you're going into that blind spot, but if Nim is setting up these double hammer fields, it's still going to punish you. But the cool thing about D2R versus LOD is that you can actually leap over hammers. Like, while you're in the air, you're basically immune to things that are going on. It's kind of wild. Hell yeah, man. What up, Ron? Good to see you, man. Let's Fookie go. Yeah, we ain't messing around. Welcome in, dude. Good to see you. Nim utilizing that FOH. He's a lot of FOHs away from dealing lethal, though. I love what DD is doing here. His back is against the ropes. He's literally one loss away from Nimrod cinching this up. And shutting down the title, the title dream of tying Toe Shank here. DD's got to be very patient. I think you're going to see him just be super patient for the rest of this duel. He's got to be. He has no reason to get up in there. Nice shots from DD. That was amazing timing. That is the high-level gameplay that you're just used to seeing with Icy Dicey. Perfect timing on that. Narrowly avoiding those hammers. That was also pretty clutch. Nice, fancy footwork in that hammer field. A lot of people would panic there. A lot of people would panic if they teleport into one of those hammer fields like that. DD, the Icy Dicey, just kept it cool, and dodged those hammers. Like they were raindrops, you know? Like they were raindrops. Oh, that time, though, that one hit. He got some damage in there, but now he's in a lot of trouble. Now he is almost certainly FOH PK. Nim could go for that. He could be going for the FOH PK here. Damn, man. What a nail biter. Dude, I am nervous for this duel here. Holy shit, man. DD is in trouble. Ready to throw down whatever? All right, brother. We'll pop in. We've got I'll throw us in the queue. We'll throw Travix v Coooley after Super Dude versus Track Imp, which is up next. So two duels we're up, dude. Damn, son, this is crazy. Now Nim's swapping to that, swapping to Conviction here. Look at this. Icy Dicey has skills available on his build here. He hasn't actually used all of his skills. That's very interesting. That is very interesting. Him getting in there with that FOH. Uh-oh, that one was scary. Big Hammerfield's always up there. And Nim is at such a high life total. We just got a life check here from DD. Pop over to Nimrod's point of view here as he gets in there and lands the final ham to secure himself as the new title belt holder of the LLD division. That's huge. No one's been able to beat this guy in so many matchups, but damn son, the Dins get the wins. Damn, man, he says sorry to win like that, but hey, look, you got to do what you got to do. That's the big test right there is, you know, sometimes you get these matchups and it is up to you to deal with the fuckery that goes down, right? That's how it is. And you can do it. There was a couple of options. If Icy Dicey went with a throw barb, he could address from the outside. Look at that, showing off the helm there. Love that. Thank you, Nim. He could have addressed from the outside, but I love the fact that he went in like an absolute savage, which is dual wielding axe barb. That makes the duel a bit harder versus hammered in there, but that's the thing about Icy Dicey is he likes that challenge. He loves going in there like that. He doesn't like free wins, right? He wants to get in there. I've seen him go back and forth in matchups where he gets matched up Necro v Zan and then they swap it up, right? He wants this to be fair. He wants it to be challenging. And that's why this guy might have solidified himself as the greatest LLD champion of all time. Certainly the longest running LLD title defense streak in DFC history is now held by Icy Dicey. Set it at 12. That is remarkable right there. Absolutely incredible. But it is time. There is a new champion at the top. And this guy, much deserved, Nimrod. He's got a phrase, boys. May the Dins get the wins. And damn, yeah, look at this. Probably something Icy Dicey forgot about. He goes, yeah, let me find it. Let me go find this belt. Hell yeah, bros. That was fucking awesome. Epic win there for Nimrod. I gotta say, he went in as the underdog there. Honestly, even I did not expect Nimrod to pull that out, but you can't underestimate the Nim. This guy is an absolute savage. All right, man, we've got Super Dude versus Track Amp up next in some Necro v Fire Druid Violence. It's going to be wild. After that, we've got me versus Travix, Din v Necro. That's right, Travix says, Dins get the wins. I had faith in Nim as well. Yeah, dude. I got to say, Nim is the type of Din player where when you count him out, he really shows and proves. And I remember Nim saying before, he's like, because he's also very highly ranked in HLD. And I remember Nim saying, he's like, yeah, I don't know how I got up this high. There's probably a mistake. And I got to say, there's definitely not. This guy is always, when it comes down to skill, when it comes down to the build, right? He pulls on those melee skills that he's developed, right? Knowing the perfect build to bring up against his opponent, but also locking in, knowing the Din skills, mastering a class, and getting in there and making it count, man. That is what he does in every single division he is in. And now he's the low-level dueling level 30 champion. The first person to beat DD in 3 months now. That's absolutely crazy. Tough matchup for DD, that's for sure. That's a very tough matchup. But holy shit, Nim did it. Nim got in there. I love the camaraderie too, or the what's the word for it? It's a kind of sportsmanship of Nimrod. He's like, I hate winning this way, but dude, I mean, that's the matchup. That's what you got to do. The barb has to get in there. They have to, utilize that timing, and sometimes you just gotta do what you're expected to do in the matchup, right? You know it's gonna get you there. By the way, big puff fate for the truthful dope. Is DFC always hosted on NA? No, it's hosted all around the world. It's basically like wherever you're from. It actually, it's very complicated. So it's up to you and your opponent to make the game, right? And it all depends on the matchup advantage as to who has the ping advantage. So if you're like on a Din and you're going up against a Druid, then you make the game. Like, Din is not going to win that, right? So if there's a ping advantage, it goes to the Din. And you can kind of follow that through a lot of classes. Sometimes sometimes it comes down to the fact, or if you're playing from different areas of the world, then you just try to find the most central server between the both of you and duel on that one. So if you've got like Europe versus like West, right? You could play on an East server where it's kind of pingy for both of you, you know, assuming that the duel is otherwise even. But yeah, we have like a little reference chart where if you get a certain matchup and there's ever a question of who should make the game or who should have ping advantage, you can use that chart. But a lot of times it's like fair, or like the color is yellow, meaning no one has the advantage. Then in that case, it's just central server. Whoever, like whatever server, someone from East makes the game and both people join it. Yeah, he decided not to go Poons. He would have won for sure. Oh, 100%. Here's the thing, though. I think he wanted a challenge, and that's why he chose not to do that. Because that is just typical DD fashion. He doesn't like to take the easy way out in these duels. He literally is a not only an incredible LLD player, but he continues to want to learn and challenge himself and put himself in the highest level of competition, put himself in these challenging spots where he doesn't have the advantage, and he likes to come out, and he likes to come out on top in those situations, because not only does it feel good, but he learns. He feels like he becomes a better player, and when you're at his level of skill in LLD, you have to do those things if you want to get better, right? You have to just put your back against the ropes. And much love to DD for doing that, because you're right, he could have chosen a Poon Barb, right? He could have gone with a Brawler, and it would have been a way different matchup. The Brawler can just throw jabs from all the way on the outside. It takes the #1 defense of the Hammerden away. You can't sit in Hammerfields. You lose if you sit in Hammerfields, which makes the duel so incredibly difficult for a Din. That DD chose not to do that because he actually wanted a challenge. And that is fucking so respectable, dude. Especially with so much on the line. He has the most title defenses, and he's just like, yep, let's do this. Let's keep it going. Let's keep the challenge real. I think that was just so cool to see. Track Amp and Super Dude are my two favorite duelers. Nice guys and very talented. Good. I'm glad to hear that, man. Yeah, Track Amp, super nice dude. You know, not only that, but super savage as well. Down for whatever type of duel you want to do, whether it's team duels, whether it's 1v1s. This guy, a master of the shaman class, just going in, making it happen, and having fun with it. He's just a great example of what a player looks like, who enjoys having fun in the Bloodmore and is also very skilled. And Super Dude, this guy quickly climbing up the ranks ever since his introduction into the DFC. And as you can see here, this ain't his first rodeo with this matchup. We're now watching a high-level dueling matchup. 99's the limit, right? Track Amp's certainly going to push that level. He needs all of them. It's pretty common nowadays for people to be level 99 dueling. Used to be a lot harder back in Legacy when leveling was ridiculous. But here we are, man. And there's a lot of different items, a lot different of items that are available to these guys as opposed to level 30 duels. They now have access to Enigma. There's this is the preferred way of mobility in PvP at high level dueling. Enigma. Some people hate it. Those people are wrong. In HLD, it is just the way to go, right? You know, when you have a character that is trying to best your opponent, right? You want to make the best decisions with every piece of gear that you have. You know, every piece of gear at your disposal. And Enigma, you can't beat the mobility, right? You got to be able to traverse the map. You got to be able to get out of hairy situations, and it's just the way to go. It really is what makes Diablo 2 Diablo 2. You know, it's that Enigma mobility. Skeletor and AF-50 into the queue. Got you, man. Melee queue, Skeletor, AF-50. That one's going to be sick. Good old Barb v Din matchup. Yeah, we might actually be able to squeeze it in. Well, let me see here before I say that. Actually depends on how long this one goes. These tend to be a bit longer of duels, so we might actually be able to sneak you in here. We'll check out this round, and then we can bounce back and forth AF-50. AF-50 and Skeletor jumping the line a little bit with me and Travix, but that's all right. We're gonna be watching this duel anyway, so we can bounce back and forth. Xbox matchup going in queue. All right, got you, brother. D Slush versus. Right, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Skeletor relaunching game. All right, sick. Oh, big hits there from Track Amp. Damien MTL versus D Slush in the queue. That one is going to be, oh man. It's going to be the first ever Xbox featured match in DFC. I'm excited about it, man. We're going to get to peer into the world of console PvP in Diablo 2. I'm actually really excited about it. Because it's something that players like myself and probably a lot of others who we grew up in the Blood Moor doing PvP on mouse and keyboard, and we really can't fathom doing it any other way. So I'm just gonna be taking notes. I'm gonna be an observer of what's going on here, and I'm excited to see it. Yeah, me too, Nim. Me too, man. Anyone trying to warm up in HLD? Hell yeah, man. Get some team duels going. Actually, it's a good point, by the way. We have HLD, LLD, and Melee team duel channels in the Discord. If you're in there, you can pop in there to try to start up a team duel, or just let people in the chat know. You don't have to pop into the team duel channels, but get a team duel game going and let people in the chat know. And then if there's enough people in there and somebody streams it, we can pop in and check out some team duels, you know, in between matches, which tonight, who knows, we might have some time. Yeah, me neither, Odin. Me neither, dude. Anyone doing PS5 duels? Honestly, I don't know, man. That's we're about to see an Xbox for the first time. Stay Frosty. I'm excited about that. But so I take it you duel on PS5, Frosty? That's huge. That's huge. I wonder if we find somebody else that can duel on PS5. We might have another feature match. That would be sick. Oh, and look at that. Look who's stepping up to the plate. Holy shit. Smalt's coming in. He plays on PS5 mostly, but here on PC with controller. Hell yeah. Dude, hell yeah, Frosty. That'd be sick, man. That'd be sick. It'd be really cool to see. Now that we have SmackDown and Raw for the Melee title, are the Raw guys going to start using Sunders, Duels, Shaft Stop, COA, or what? Well, technically, none of those things are banned in ROT Dubs Melee, so we very well could see it. As of right now, we just haven't seen it. I think we've seen Forjitsu mess around with some of those setups, but he has noticed some interesting things about using a Sunder Charm, especially on these like not S tier classes in Melee, right? Like on a Zon or whatnot. Good class, but A tier for sure. And there it is, man. Super Dude gets there in round one. If y'all are ready for the Melee match, we can bounce over to that. The Sunder Charm in particular is a bit of a liability. You know, it's a bit of a liability. Because it gives you that minus 10, you know, it gives you the minus 10 physical resistance to yourself, right? So it's something you have to make up for. All right, and these guys are ready to throw down in the Melee division. We are watching AF50 versus Skeletor. And it looks like, I thought Skeletor was on a barb. Is he actually on a barb here? Is he on a wolf barb? We're about to find out, man. We about to find out. Oh my god, he is. He is on a wolf barb. We couldn't tell. He was on a trans druid there for a minute. We just couldn't tell, but he is actually on wolf barb. I should have known when I didn't see the oak sage. That's a pretty good indication that that you're on a barb. That's wild. Bro, holy shit. I wonder if we should allow these wolf barbs oak sage, dude. I bet it would be an interesting thing to do. Maybe we should try it out. Maybe we should try it out. Give those barbs maybe they'll just take over, though. You never know. Look at this. This is a close duel right there. And there it is. Skeletor gets there on the wolf barb. Now 1-1. Tie game between these guys. I'm just going to take a quick peek. Feel free to keep it going here, guys. I'm going to take a quick peek back over to the Super Dude versus Track Amp and see what's going on. Let's pop into Track Amp's point of view here. Absolute savage Fire Druid player. This guy is an absolute legend. And you can see with this matchup in particular in HLD, it's a very interesting game plan. The Necro is going to be trying to keep the distance, going to be trying to land those spears and use teeth. Those are the two big attacks in this matchup for the Necro. But the Fire Druid, he has to run through his full gamut of skills, whether it's Armageddon, Volcano, Fissure, Molten Boulder, and every once in a while, Firestorm, right? But those are all the attacks he's going to use as opposed to Bone, Spear, and Teeth, right? You know, with a little bit of spirit mixed in every once in a while if the Necro feels like it. That's the thing with the Fire Druid. He has to balance that rotation of skills, and that is something that it's not easy to do. It's certainly a cadence, a rotation that you have to practice. You have to get in the habit of. But when you do, man, it makes your character very, very difficult to engage with really at any range. If you push the distance, you push the pressure and get up close, you're going to eat that Armageddon, and that's probably one of the hardest hitting attacks on a Fire Druid. Is these random, you see these meteors coming down from the sky. That's that Armageddon, and when you get hit with one of those, it is nasty. It does fire and physical damage, and quite a bit of both. So it's a little random, certainly a little short range, but pretty devastating when it lands. Discourages people from getting those chain locks and pushing the pressure. And then at mid-range, he has the Volcano, he has the Fissure, you know, even Molten Boulder to some degree. The only thing the Druid really doesn't have, the Fire Druid, is long range, and that is what the Necro has, right? And that's why he's going to be trying to utilize that. As Track Amp closes the distance, launches the Volcano, launches the Fissure up under him, and just tries to get that chip damage in. Keep that damage coming over time. That is the nature of this duel right here. As we let this one progress, we'll check back in a moment. Let's pop into AF50 versus Skeletor in this melee matchup. Wolf Barb versus Din. We might have missed a little bit about the score here, but there it is. And then you might notice that little debuff from Skeletor there. That is something, that is Battle Cry. That is something that Barbs are allowed to do, much like the Zons are allowed to Inner Sight in melee. Debuffs their opponent's defense a bit, and there it is. Big hits from Skeletor. Oh my god, it is now 5-1 in favor of Skeletor on this Wolf Barb. We should have known something was up. AF50 was in the tank. He went back to town, hit that stash up, and was making some changes. It looks like, I'm not sure how much Crushing Blow he's got here, but you gotta guess that Skeletor has very likely a huge life pool to draw from to keep him safe in these rounds here. And I hope AF50 is at least stacked up some of it. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Right as I say that, we have, yeah, as I say that, Thorjitsu, we've got fucking Skeletor coming in here and tearing it up on a Wolf Barb, right? Yeah, Wolf Barbs are thick indeed. Uh-oh. Little bit of a mistake there, I think, from AF50 coming in. Didn't have Walk active, which, in case you don't know, your character's block percent goes down substantially if you're running versus when you're walking, where it stays at its full 75%. So, as you're approaching in a melee duel there, you could catch a hit with like 25% block, and it gets pretty bad. You know, but I don't think he was punished for it there, but certainly something that you always want to... It feels bad when you miss that, and you're always toggling back and forth in melee. You're always going from town where you're running around, you know, setting up, running, right? And then you forget to turn walk back on for when your duel starts. And it's like, whew, man, you just, when you notice it, you just hope you don't get punished, you know? That's just something that Barbs are allowed to do in melee with the debuff. So Barbs are allowed to debuff their opponents with Battle Cry. Zons can debuff their opponents with Inner Sight. In a format where these guys just literally click and hold, right? And it's literally comes down to the build. You gotta figure, barbarians are not S tier in melee. They should be, but they're not, right? So it's one of those skills that's allowed to sort of get them back on the charts. Holy shit. Close round here. This one could go either way, and there it is, man. Skeletor pulls it out again. Very close, though. I didn't see exactly what AF50 went for in the stash there, but damn, dude, it is 8-1 right now. I thought it might have been 8-2, but I could be wrong. Either way, or 7-2, I could be wrong. Either way, this is crazy for this Wolf Barb here. Skeletor getting in there. Let's pop over to his point of view here real quick. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. And now you can see it from his point of view. 8.8k life on this, what looks like a druid, but is actually a barbarian. This guy, a little bit of a faux druid over here. And as he morphs out of that wolf form, you can see it. Wild, man. A little bit of frame drops here. There we go. A little bit of frame drops. Ain't no thing. I'm gonna pop back over to AF50 here. The quality of the audio is just really good. I love me the audio, dude. When you can hear the audio, just full immersion, you know? SS Templar's G-Face. No shit. Okay. All right. Good stuff. Yeah. Yep. That makes sense with the green there. Makes sense. Yeah. G-Face also big, I think. I think that's pretty clutch. I mean, Wolf Barbs are going to have so much life. You've got to be able to punch through that early on. And this could be the comeback right here. It could be it. Oh my god, right as I say that, holy shit, Skeletor now makes it 9-1. Or no, 10-1, sorry, holy shit. Holy shit, man. That was a dominant win there for Skeletor on this Wolf Barb. That is so crazy. Alright, we're gonna get to check out this gear, man. See the absolute fuckery that's going on with this barbarian. Damn! Damn, damn, damn. Skeletor bringing back the Wolf Barb, and holy shit, that was looking clean. I'm very curious as to what he brought in for this matchup. Whether he's got the new Jewel up in there, whether he's got, you know, a Sunder Charm. All of these things are just, interesting additions into ROT dubs that are technically, they might be banned elsewhere, but they're not banned in DFC yet. We always have this mentality that says, if it's broken, show me, right? But so far, I don't see that jewel from Skeletor. I don't see it yet. Or maybe it was in that one. Hold on, I might have missed it. No, I didn't. It's a special looking jewel. Yeah, I've been looking for a special jewel. I don't see it. I don't see it, dude. It's a Barb's night tonight. Oh, hell yeah, man. Except for the one in LLD, you know, except for that. That's, you know, holy shit. That guy, friggin' Nimrod, picking on those barbarians, you know? Other than that, Barb's having a good night. Yeah, absolutely insane gear here. Love that we get to see this. What a setup. You can see the style that AF50 went for there at the end with, you know, the crushing blow, trying something different with the setup, but damn, that Wolf Barb is just nuts. Like, it is just nuts. I think that's probably one of the most dominant performances against a savage player like AF50 that we've seen in a long time from a Wolf Barb. That was crazy. All right, boys, let's kick back over to Super Dude versus Track Amp in this epic Necro v Fire Druid matchup. This one, as I said, these ones can go long right here. These can go long. They tend to be real duels. Oh, nice shots there from Super Dude. These tend to be real duels, and what I mean by that is rep life is definitely a thing, right? There's so many different types of HLD duels, and sometimes it can be easy to get caught in the loop of, oh, we want all duels to just, you know, be quick and over with quickly, right? Sometimes it's not like that, and it's always been the case like this in HLD. Some duels are real duels. They go on a very long time. They take place at distance, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's skill that's involved at all levels of this, right? Skill that's involved at all levels of HLD, whether it's a long duel and you turn it into a duel of attrition, or whether it's one of those hyper aggro duels. There's a lot of skill in that as well. There's many different ways to slice a Bloodmore pizza, but at the end of the day, it's hard to fuck one up, right? It's hard to fuck one up. Nice shots there from Track Amp. And now Super Dude is in trouble. Reducing that life total. Let's pop into Track Amp's view here. Sometimes with both of these characters, it's actually hard to see what their life totals are because they rarely ever go in. Unless you're on the Fire Druid will probably go in for more name lock checks than the Necro will. But this is something that happens at range. You rarely get to see a name lock from either one of these guys. The Fire Druid's going to be looking for it, but a lot of times Fire Druid will probably just CT cast, dump some Kanos at distance and make it happen, you know? All right, just checking the queue here. We've got me versus Travix next. Then we've got D-Slush versus Damien MTL on an Xbox Throwdown. That shit's gonna be wild, man. We've also got Squigs versus Gators around 9 p.m. That won't be for a little while. But that is currently what the queue is looking like. We'll see how this round goes right here. If I've missed anybody in the queue, just let me know. If anybody else has another duel, just let me know. Just keep me posted. Let me know in the chat. We'll throw you in the queue, dude. Yeah, that bone knife is insane. Damn, son. Track Amp getting there. That is actually a very hard thing to do. It looks like that's his first win here tonight was that round. And it is a very hard thing to do. I think this matchup is a bit Necro favored, is what this is. It's a bit Necro favored. Slightly, right? Slightly. I say slightly, but it's probably quite heavily Necro favored. And Track Amp has to keep that pressure up, right? He's got to keep that pressure up. He's got to make it happen. And because with how often these turn into real duels where that rep life comes into play, you need to keep the pressure up, right? If you're the Fire Druid, you need to deal some sort of damage just to fight back against that rep life, right? Sometimes you get the big hits and it's some big KO victories. But other times, not so much, right? Like, it's hard to get a hold of your opponent sometimes. Or, if you're going up against a Necro, sometimes their bone armor can absorb a lot of that, right? Like, and you're going to be only doing fire damage, which, you know, that's obviously going to get mitigated by Necro as well. They're going to be preparing for the fire damage. It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to balance. But it really puts the pressure on the Fire Druid to keep that damage up. Here, man, I'm gonna close this window right here. We had the fans blowing to cool the jets. Now it's getting a little cold. Hell yeah, boys. That's what we like, though. We like a little bit chilly here. A little bit chilly. We always run it a little hot. Got harder to see the Druid's life total on the Necro side because the Bear and Oak as well, true. Yeah, and it's just like you're very rarely ever looking for a name lock unless you like get given one and you've blown up the Druid's pets and it's just time to push. You're very rarely looking for it. That's a great point, Squigs. Like, you're very rarely looking for it. And even if you do, when they come in, they've got the big-ass Bear, they've got the Oak Sage, and it's just like, you're not kicking around much after those shots, right? You're grabbing the pets, you're shooting a Bone Spear or two, and you're not kicking around to get Kano'd. You're not kicking around to get fissured, or heaven forbid stomped and molten boulder, you know? You don't kick around for that shit. Green Lungs and I are also ready. Looks like Punch is getting there too. Oh, hell yeah. All right. Green Lungs and Nim. Green Lungs v. Nim. And then Nim v. Punch. Damn, son. Yo, what up, Joe Deep? What is this? I remember a few months ago there was some experimentation allowing druids to use more summons. Any chance of them losing a bit to Necros? Recently, we see them being allowed bears and wolves. That's a good point. That's a good point, Tough Hunter. I think with pets, it gets really bad for the Necro. But who knows? Maybe it's not entirely a bad thing. But here's the thing. The Fire Druid doesn't really have any bad matchups besides a Zon. Right? That's like the only really bad matchup that they have besides Necro now. Which I would say it's still doable. But if they go 5 wolves, I don't know. Maybe it's something we play with. Because it does seem pretty... I'll fuck around. I'll duel Polytheist and see how it goes. Maybe get a few duels in with Track Amp. We'll try it out. But I think that's a good point, honestly. Yeah, that's a good point. Might see the Druid stomping more, true. Yeah, good point. Something to try out either way. Just my first Sunder of the season. Magic Sunder, easy. That's like the best one, if you ask me. That and Physical. I guess Physical is up there, but the Sunders, the roles of the Sunders and the values of them have totally flipped upside down now. And like, Magic Sunder used to be the worst one. It was so worthless. Literally, you couldn't even give away a perfect one, right? Like, people just wouldn't even pick it up if you threw it on the ground. And now it's just like Magic Sunder, pretty valuable. Physical Sunders were meh, okay. But like now they're just god tier. It's so crazy to see what ROT Dubs has done for that. I really hope they don't change the drop rates of those too much because it's so cool to see that. It's so cool to see that economic change in the expansion. Like, it actually has an identity right now, but the second those things get more common, like, literally, I have lost all interest in farming them now, because I'm just like, whatever. I used to get so excited, play Diablo 2, like, every night, because I'm like, let's see if we'll get a Sunder, you know, play for, like, an hour or so. Now I don't give a shit. I'm like, whatever, they're gonna be super common. Nice shots there. Nice shots. Holy fuck, Super Dude now puts Track Amps back against the ropes here. True, actually, true, yeah. Maybe even 3 wolves, true. Like, that might be something we play with. Yeah, I gotta experiment with that. I gotta take a note, Top Hunter. I think that's actually a great suggestion. Because I have noticed that the matchup is certainly Necro favored now. The fact that I can beat Polytheist pretty consistently. I mean, I joke that I'm top neck all the time, and I don't think I'm a bad Necro player, but I am certainly not to the Necro what Polytheist is to the Druid. Alright, taking a little note here. That's a good point. Yeah, you're right, Tough Hunter. Yeah, obviously I'm the top Necro, so obviously I will beat Polytheist 100% of the time, but these other Necros are also beating him quite frequently, so yeah, like freaking Squigs guy only wishes he was on my level with the Necro, you know, and he's beating Polytheist. It's like, man, something's wrong. We buff this Fire Druid. Just kidding, Squigs. Yeah, I think so, though. I honestly think the Necro is actually in a really good spot right now. I actually think it's because of the new items, all the minus magic res horse shit that got thrown into the game. I actually think Necro is probably one of the most savage PvP characters right now. And we do see more people playing on the Necro. We did just lift some of the rules for the Sin in recent history. It used to be that dual claw Sins couldn't stack over 80 res. That's no longer the case. They enjoy the same Sorb. They enjoy almost the same Sorb rules as everything else, with the only difference of they can't stack up percentage absorb if they go over 75, right? Over 75 to a max res. However, integer is okay. So that means a Sin could use T-Gods now. Which makes it so that, you know, the VT matchup gets even better for the Sin, but it also just makes it so that they can stack up against Fire Druids, and they can sort of reward themselves for closing the distance on a Whirlwind Sin, which, you know, it's I always figured the Sin matchup would be tough for the Fire Druid, and while it's not easy, it's not the best matchup they have, it seems to be still pretty lopsided in favor of the Fire Druid, which is odd, which is very odd. Yeah, nobody is what Polytheist is to the Druid, that's for sure. That guy, it is not possible, I don't think, to be on his level with it. Like, he is just easily the most decorated. It's probably up in the air between him and Go Gators of like most decorated Druid mains, but you know, easy to break that down with wind and fire, right? So Go Gators on wind, Polytheist on fire. Both of those guys, I would say, pretty equally decorated on those classes. And holy shit, Track Amp tying up the score here. This is big. This is huge. It's now 2-2. I think after this round right here, we're gonna cut out, or actually, if these guys are going FT4, we might have time to sneak one in. Let's actually, Travix, do you want to try to sneak in our duel? You want to try to sneak in our duel real quick? What is this? Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, no worries. Y'all get this figured out, and me and Travix will jam it, dude. No worries at all. Yeah, no worries, guys. Take your time. If you got to BM some BMers, get in there and fucking smash them. Get in there and fucking smash them. We'll cut back over in a sec. Me and Travix, we're gonna jam it. We're gonna slam it. We're gonna Alabama it. All right, Travix is on the din. I'll let you make the game, brother, but also make one with a very complicated password that's not easy to guess, right? That's a big suggestion I would throw out there for anybody dueling on stream. Always make your passwords hard to guess, because a lot of trolls out there. I am the most hated D2 content creator of all time, and there are people out there that are going to try to ruin your day because they don't like me. All right, don't let them do that. Make your passwords complicated. Just no problem. Make them a couple extra letters. You know. Legalize and I will be on to do our match at 9 p.m. Eastern. Holy shit, huge, dude. All right, I'm gonna write that down. That's huge. Leak v Donger, 9 p.m. Eastern. That one's gonna be sick, dude. Don't bully the din. Look, I'm not showing any mercy. All right, I'm literally not gonna be showing any mercy. I'm spear only. That's my drawback. I'm spear only, and it's the only offensive skill that I can use. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fire up the fucking punch out theme, man. And you know what that means. Travix is in trouble. Travix in a lot of trouble here. Punch out theme already. Let me see here. Travix. There we go. All right. Hey, look at that. That is a very complicated password. I'm too fucking stupid for that password. Jesus Christ. Too fucking stupid for that. Oh. That's how to do it, though, man. Holy shit. Oh, I told you, I'm too fucking stupid for it. Right, there we go. We got it. We up in here. It's time, boys. It's time to get into top neck mode. Make this shit happen. Let's fucking go. All right. We're going up against a din. Yeah, nicely done. All right. He's a smiter. And there's really only one thing that I'm worried about, and that is FOH. So I'm going to plan for dealing with this FOH. Any conviction / minus res. Conviction, okay. That's going to be minus 125 at worst. So we're going to stack to 200, to 300. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Just don't get hit. Right? We could also just do that. Could also just do that. Yep, just don't get hit. Don't know why we're overthinking this. Preparing for fucking getting hit, lol. Fuck. What am I, a noob? What did I suddenly turn into, a noob? Top necro here, gonna pool a bit. Feel free to pool with me. Or if it's faster to just teleport from cold plains. Maybe. What up, Mad Visions? What up, Diablo 17? Good enough. All right, no teeth, spear only. Let's friggin' do this, boys. That's one hell of a restriction. I don't appreciate the powers that be restricting me to spear only here. But we're gonna have to do it. I'm just gonna have to lock in. Damn, son. All right. Hey, that is my only offensive skill, all right? That was my only offensive skill. I think I made that clear. I think I made that distinction. All right, and he's got Enigma, okay? He can stomp. Oh, now there's a caveat. Now, look, they're always what I announced it. All right, or I should say the matchmaker announced it. All right, that's what he said. I'm just picking up on the technicality of it. Next, you're gonna drop a clay golem. Right? I wouldn't do something like that. That's BM. This is a real match. It's a real duel. Real duel here. All right, 2-0. 2-0. Let's do this. It is indeed a tough life for these Dins, I think. Necro OP, boys.
Good to see you.
Right, here we go. 3-0.
Coooley needs to calm down. Leave him a chance.
Bro, look, I got the Punch-Out theme going, okay? Punch-Out OP. Punch-Out very OP. Bros, but also Travix had himself a tough duel here tonight, going up against the top neck, likely of all time. Some people on the internet are saying that. I mean, some people. Nah, bro, Necro OP, yeah, for sure, dude, for sure. Just wait till non-ladder. Oh, yeah, that's right. He's got himself a build coming over from ladder, and it's gonna be vicious, man. It's gonna be vicious. That's how initially Travix signed up for and thought it was ladder duels. He threw this guy together. This Smiter right here. This is backup character. He's got himself a neck from ladder. That's going to be wild. I think that's the way to go. Neck is very, very powerful. Smiter is a very, very hard class to play on, man. It is so rough. But yeah, we even cheesed it a little bit there with the black clef. Look, some call it cheese, others call it just top tier, top neck strats. All right, some people on the internet are saying that. The fuck's that helm? Dude, new tech right here, man. I think this is the best. Coooley, only because I've never gotten serious, right? Dude, you watch out for fucking Bruno, too. Boys always bringing in these off-the-wall builds. You just wait. Yeah, give him around without teleport. Yeah, I would have got crushed, I think, without that. I try to stay in very, very close range. You know, that's how it is. Yeah, hey, yeah, we'll check out the Smiter gear here. Oh, look at this, dude. Crown of Ages. Some say that's going to be the new melee tech, actually. Going to be pretty wild. Yeah, see, look at this. Look at this. Not even a perfect grief. This, I told you, this guy, he threw this together, right? He's got laying of hands up in here. This is his, he's starting a redemption arc here. We're going to look back at this VOD, Travix, when he brings his Necro over. We're going to look back at this VOD. We're going to look back at this gear. And someday when Travix is on top, we're going to be like, holy shit. Look at where this started. He threw this together. Yeah. Yeah. Crazy. Well, he's mainly ladder. He's mainly ladder, Mad Visions. He plays on ladder, and he threw this guy together so that he could jam. So he get some practice in for the DFC before ladder resets. When ladder resets, dude, he's got a whole nother character coming over. Yeah, but I mean, he could have just waited till then. But this guy was like, "Nah, man, I want to get some duels in. I want to get that ring rust off, right?" Yeah, he has literally last minute build. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the most important thing. It's not about the gear. We've seen some people win with absolutely shit tier gear, right? It's not about that. It's about getting warmed up, getting familiar with duels, with the cadence of things. That's the most important part. And that's what we saw him do here today. Look, this guy is literally setting it up. He's setting up, dude. When he gets his character coming over from ladder, he's getting people to underestimate him right now. That's what he's doing. That's what he's doing. Good duels, brother. GG, my dude. Epic. All right, boys. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it flowing here. Sorry for the punch out theme. That is clearly what was most ridiculous. It was what was most ridiculous. Uh-oh. Link your Xbox account. I'm trying to dial in and watch this stream. I hope we can do this. Oh shit. Can I not do this? I don't have an Xbox account. Wait. No, okay, never mind. Here we go. It was just that the connect to Xbox thing was right where the watch stream button usually is, so I was scared there for a minute. All right, boys, it is time. It is indeed time, my friends. Damien MTL going up against D-Slush in an Xbox showdown. This shit is going to be wild. Also, we have, my bad, we also still have track amp going on. I don't mean to cut away from that. If y'all, I think y'all are still jamming, right? So we've got Track V Super Dude. Those guys might have had some BMers. They might have had to switch the game a little bit. Yeah, I can't wait for reset. Me neither, man. That was an epic duel. That was an epic duel, man. I really think if you're planning on playing Necro after ladder reset, I think that's the way to go. There's a reason I went from Din to Necro main, man. Necro main now. I really think Din got the short end of the stick with the ROT update. Got the real short end of the stick, as it has for years now. But it's just no longer a playable class, and unless you're extremely top tier, like, you know, you've got to be toe shank level chain locks, jits level charging. Like, you got to be a standout Din, or like Serenity level VT. It's like, then and only then they can climb the ranks, right? Other than that, there's no free wins on a Din. You've got to be Nim level Savage. There's no free wins on the Din. It's all tough, man. Yeah, I'm totally down for that, Travix. Let's jam it. Well, no, it's not that, AF50. I just, you know, I was sick of being the top Din. Had to top Necro it, obviously. Duh, I mean, I didn't want to make, like, Toe Shank jealous seeing my Din play or something, you know? He'd be like, because he's a really decorated player and stuff, and then, like, you see me come in on a Din, and people would stop caring about those guys. I'm just doing them a favor, you know? I had to get off the had to get off the Din. All right, boys, here we go. This is an Xbox matchup. These guys are going, what is this? Is this, we see Damien on a Necro here, which is interesting. It looks like his opponent is on a Sin. D-Slush on the Sin, and this Sin appears to be either a ghost or a hybrid. I see some traps, so it's got to be some sort of hybrid build. Whether it's a full hybrid, whether it is a spider, remains to be seen. We're gonna find out though, but this is pretty epic. You can already tell the difference in the dueling here, right? So what I'm observing is that just how players go about aggressing is so different. Chain locking, stomping is not something that you really have to worry about. So what you see here is you see Damien not being afraid to just kind of stay close, stay just on the outside of the traps, right? Versus D-Slush, which is very interesting. It's so much different than what you would see otherwise, which is where, you know, the Necro just takes a very long distance roll here. But look at this. Now he's kind of happy to, like, engage at a semi-close range. Whole different cadence to console dueling here. It's very interesting. Track Amp and I still going. 3-2 him. Holy shit. All right, bro. Thank you for the update. Appreciate that, Super Dude. Glad y'all got that figured out, man. I know that's yeah, sorry for the BMers in there. If y'all had to switch games or whatnot too, that's fine. If they pop back in, we'll just switch games. No worries, dude. It happens. Hot take, I miss weapon swap glitch. Not a hot take at all. I think you're not alone on it. There's a lot of people that miss weapon swap glitch, and they also are kind of fed up with the 2.4 FHR changes, because it kind of asked a lot of builds, right? Like, it made it so that, sure, the Sin is a lot easier to deal with now with the Mind Blast shit, but now skillful lockouts, such as perfect whirls from a Barbarian, or puddling someone with a Din, or just doing so much damage consecutively, timing your hits that your opponent gets stuck. That is, all of those things are out of PvP, which turns them more into teleport matches, you know, where you can just hold down and teleport when you're in trouble. So I think a lot of people are on board with that, dude, myself included. I used to be a big fan of the FHR changes, but that was only because I fucking hated Sins so goddamn much. I was so sick of them. But now, if I'm being real, we all miss how it used to be. Yeah, true, Bruno. That was a good change. That was a good one. This is actually a very close duel here. We have got Damien at a sliver of life, and D-Slush also very low. But you would figure that this right here would, in a non-console match, would favor the Necro, right? You could just back up, you could spam some teeth, but that is definitely not something that can happen here. And there it is, Damien. TML is this character's name. I think I was saying MTL, my bad for that. But yeah, either way, he goes down in that round as D-Slush gets there on the hybrid Sin. If I had to guess, he was doing a lot of damage there. It's hard to tell. My initial guess is that this guy's on a spider, but I don't know. That is some big damage. And it's also a different cadence of dueling here. You'll notice that these guys teleport, but they will often... We saw D-Slush stomp, whirlwind, and then there's no, like, chain locking follow-up, right? It's a different style with controller and Xbox play in general. That's so wild, man. That's so wild. It's very, very different. Very, very different. And look at this. They actually, this is really cool too. If you see how these guys start up their round, they say GG, which is because you can't type on a controller, obviously, right? You have these automatic messages that you have to scroll to, and you just saw them. And we've seen the Smolfs do this before too, but it's so crazy to see this. Like, this is just the way to do it. You scroll to the GG message, which means go. Right? They use that in place of G, which is what usually people say in PvP to signify they're ready to duel. And holy shit, that in and of itself is very different. Just the whole cadence of this. See, some of these strategies still very similar. You can see as D-Slush is coming in, Damien popping that bone prison. That is something that you do versus those whirlwind characters, right? And why would you put up a bone prison against a character that could teleport and whirlwind goes through bone prison? Why do we use that, right? Well, that's a great question. I'm glad you guys asked, right? So why you would use bone prison against whirlwinding characters on a Necro is because whirlwind works very weird. It can only hit one thing every frame, right? So on any given frame, whirlwind can only hit one target. And bone prison or bone wall is such a big target that there's a very good chance that when the whirlwind rolls what to hit on that pixel, it's going to hit the wall, right? So, and it's not going to hit the player. So that's the big point, right? It doesn't hit the player, it hits the bone wall, it hits the bone prison. So that's why when they come in, you cast that bone prison, and it just allows you to basically suck up damage by pure programming technicality is what it is. And that's why you see people doing that. But it's also kind of risky because you got to be quick. When someone comes in, you got to be really quick on that bone prison, have it up, and then here's the other piece. You got to be close to it. Because if you could have the bone prison up, but if you're not close to it, then they're going to get you anyway. Very close duel there. And damn, son, D-Slush gets there again. Now 2-0. Who's in queue? It's a good question. We've got Squigs and Gators happening at 9. Also, Leek and Donger happening at 9. So we'll see how that one goes. We've got Green Lungs v Nim, Nim v Punch, and we also still have Track Amp v Super Dude. All not necessarily in that order. So we've got a little bit of time. Let's take the 9 PMers out. I'm gonna probably next pop back over to Track Amp Super Dude. And see if we can finish that match. Then we've got Green Lungs v Nim in the melee division. And then Nim v Punch, or whoever's ready first with that, right? Nimrod is ready to throw down, is what it comes down to. Squigs and I will duel around 9 p.m. Yep, GG. We got you in there. Darius, Coach Jason will be ready in about 10 minutes. All right, man. Coach Jason versus Darius for the melee title. That one's going to be sick. All right, here we go, man. It's now 2-0 in favor of D Slush. Let's see if we can pop in and check it out from this Sins perspective and see how different things look, right? Here it is. A little bit more zoomed in on these consoles, right? A little bit more zoomed in. But now we're going to get to see here. What is this? Do you see that A button right there? What the fook is that? Is that your cursor? Is that like pick up? Is that the button to pick shit up? God, I'm so perplexed by all of these things. That is crazy. Loot to cube, that's what it is. No shit. Okay. I knew y'all had a special way of doing that. That's friggin' those controller players. Holy shit. Yeah, A is pick up. Yeah, yep. Word. Okay, so it picks up anything. It's like loot to cube. Pick up anything that's selected. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this is just a whole different cadence here. This is the first ever console duel. This is a duel that's happening on Xbox right now.
Stadium created our stream with 17 views.
By the way, what up, Stadium? How's it going, man? I didn't know you were streaming, man. Was there another PvP event? I hope you guys won, man. I hope you guys kicked some ass. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for the raid and a big cheers to you. It worked this time. Hell yeah. Big cheers, brother. Welcome in. Holy shit. No shit. Grand Finals 5 AFM1. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. I was streaming the EU Clan Wars Finals. Season 9 complete for them. That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Congratulations to the 5 AFM. That's nuts. Nice shots here from Damien. We're watching an Xbox match. This is the first time we've seen a console match in the DFC. These guys are playing on Xbox, so you might see that like their cadence of dueling is a lot different. Really, the pacing of the duel in general, the choices that they make are a lot different. And that is because they're playing on console. First time I'm ever seeing this, 2 console players dueling. And probably the first time a lot of people are. It is very interesting. I gotta say, the pace is a lot different. It's not necessarily... I mean, depending on who's dueling on PC, it could be equally as fast with this matchup. Oh my god, nice predictive whirlwind there from D Slush, and down he goes. That might have been a Shadow Bay PK. Damn, son. Holy shit, yeah. Yeah, he's now 3-0. I think, I didn't get a look at the gear yet, but I'm guessing this is a Spider Sin. That or a really nicely put together hybrid. I'm trying to gauge based on his whirlwind damage what he is. My guess is Spider. That's my guess, but I don't know. They have a Discord on Xbox now? Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. It's in the Coooley Discord, Smallps, and I'm just like dialing in and watching their stream. There's a Discord on PS5 too, but you can't share screen. Interesting. Yeah, they're just in there sharing their screens, and I dialed in and watched it. The button to watch it is in a different spot though. It is in a different spot. It's like I thought I was gonna click watch stream, and I kept clicking connect to Xbox, and I was like, oh shit, do I have to connect it? But no, you just click on their screen, and it will share it. Yeah, it was weird though. It definitely caught me by surprise. It's a little bit of a different setup with that, but you can get in there. I'm just on PC viewing it. No, I don't even have an Xbox account. Damn, son. This is crazy. 3-0 here so far for D Slush. Yeah, and this guy confirmed is on a spider. All right, good to know. Now that we know what he's on, let me explain what the differences between some Sin builds are. Well, we'll start with the spider, right? The spider is basically a trapper, but based on her choice of claws, that's kind of in some slight other variations, but let's keep it simple. It's her choice of claws that make her a spider. What a spider does is you're laying down traps, but you can whirlwind. You can whirlwind, and with that whirlwind, you're just trying to cut your opponent open. You're relying on open wounds, on a little bit of venom, right? Damage over time is what the spider does, as opposed to a hybrid Sin. The hybrid Sin is going to do actual vicious whirlwind damage. That's when you have one of those godly E-Rep claws that are just top tier, high end, insane trap damage, insane whirlwind damage, as opposed to, say, a ghost, right? Where she has 2 claws that are just insane damage. She doesn't care about skills on any of the claws, right? So that opens up a lot more options for damage. So Ghost Sin is just straight whirlwind with maybe a few tricks to throw you off with traps, but all the damage is coming from whirlwind. That's what she's trying to do. Ghost Sin's trying to get in there and actually finish with whirlwind. In this match right here, Damien appears to be in the lead. However, as we've seen before, that can quickly turn around. On console here, one of the things that you won't see is CT casting, right? The seizure-inducing CT casting that often happens on PC. Probably not going to see a lot of that on console, and that's just because you kind of have the auto aim anyway with the select, and I would assume that opening up the UI tab doesn't actually extend the reach of that. Again, I'm kind of a noob with controller play. I'm kind of picking it up as Smolps and other good players are putting it down. But we learned, and oh my god, nice shots there. That was an incredible, risky, but very profitable play for D-Slush. Getting in there, closing the distance, landing some shots against Damien. And that's the thing with a Spider Sin. You probably won't get a big KO hit with Whirlwind, but you're okay with that. As long as you connect, you're probably running claws like Chaos and Fury. Right? Fury has just a big amount of open wounds on it, and that's likely going to cut your opponent open. That damage over time is irreplaceable, right? That's all you're looking for. Whittle that life total down, and then you could finish with a whirlwind with your opponent at 1 life. If you can get through the bone armor, but most likely it just makes it so that any roll on your trap will get there. You could get there with Fire Blast. Shadow Bay could get there too. Noob-friendly character for PvP is probably a Necro. It's very, very powerful. You can get some free wins with it. It's going to be forgiving for you to learn on, and easy to learn, difficult to master. But right now, I also think it's a very powerful build. Oh, nice hits there again. D-Slush showing what it's like with this whirlwind on controller. Yeah, hey man, I'm happy that these guys made it happen. These guys reached out and made it happen, basically. What we usually do in DFC is, if you have other, if you have a team dueling league that's going on and you're like, hey, you know what? I want to stream this on the DFC. Just let Primo or I know. We'll throw you in there, man. And there it is, by the way, 4-0 in favor of D-Slush. And look how low his life total was here too. That was actually a very close one. Yeah, these guys made it happen, man. They reached out. They were just like, hey, I think there's a lot of talk about console league or whatnot. That's very hard to get going for me. And I honestly, don't know the consistent interest. You got to figure it was hard enough to get LLD going. That took many years, and that's on PC and is a very popular format. So it's like, at this point, what we say is, if people want to duel on console, just let us know. We'll throw you in there. You know what I mean? And who knows? Maybe we'll have a ton of people dueling on console, and we'll be able to start something up. But as it stands right now, you could still compete on console and be ranked in the DFC. You know, theoretically. But if you only play on console, it might limit the pool of players you can play against. Yeah, and look at this. We see now what it's like navigating these types of screens on a controller too, right? On an Xbox. And we get to see their gear. You sure about that, pal? Yeah, I mean, technically you could. It would just limit the amount of... Yeah. It would be difficult. I guess I should say it's probably not reasonable, Montriana. You're right. I like that little GM dance right there. Yeah, that was sick, dude. That was sick. That was nasty. It's good to see this stuff. Yeah, hell yeah, man. Look at this. 3620s. Actually, some pretty decent gear here. Some rep life, min damage on that ring. The min damage is interesting. I can't wait to see these claws here. Look at that amulet, too. 25 strength, 220. Yeah, that looked like a Fury. I think I caught a Fury. I caught a look at a Fury claw right there, which tells me straight spider. Like that's spider written all over it. That is big damage over time. Yep. Oh, no, that was the Chaos. Okay. That was the Chaos. Greater Talons, though. That's also a pretty good indication of a spider. Yep. Chaos Fury. Another option is you could have a really nice rare claw with 2 ums in it. But this is super rare, super expensive, and Fury is often just as good, if not better. So yeah, really, really good setup there. And these guys actually have some pretty decent gear here too, man. I mean, the economy still works on controller, right? Like on Xbox, you can still trade with people. It's technically, it's not cross-play, but it's, what do you call the other one where you could log into your account on Xbox that I already have? You know, I could play my characters on Xbox if I wanted to. Yeah, not cross-play, but cross-progression. That's what it is. Thank you. Thank you, Smalls. Yeah, see, look, I knew he would know all the technical terms. You know. GG's, man. Hey, thank you guys for showing this off. I'm glad you reached out and we got to see this. I hope to see more of it, man. It's a really cool, interesting way of dueling, and certainly a different cadence than most HLD matches we see. Additionally, I wonder how different the actual rankings and the matchups would be on controller. You know, how different does it actually get? That's a big question. I don't know the answer. If we get to see more, I would love it, man. I would love to see it. I hope we do. But that being the case, man, let's pop back over to track if these guys are still jamming. Let's take a peek, just see what's going on. These guys got a bit interrupted by some BMers, and also we started looking at other duels here. I think they might be finished. Getting like 20 MBS. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, running into some connection issues now too. This duel is doomed, track amp. Holy shit. All right, well, let's just move on to the next one. We've got Nim. I'm going to pop into Nim, whatever duel he's doing. Then we've got, I'm going to check out Leek versus Donger after that. So I'm going to pop into Nimrod. Whatever Nim is doing, let's jam it. Nim is staring at Hadriel as he's getting ready to throw down in Legacy Melee here. Oh man, this is Green Lungs versus Nim. This is wild. Yeah, GG's. That was a great duel to see, man. That was a great duel to see. I play on PC like I am on console. LOL. You're not the only one. Look at this. Nim praying to Hadriel for that extra guidance. Look at this. Swaps to Legacy graphics as well with the cinematic zoom. Now that is symbolic. There are 2 different divisions in the DFC for Melee currently. You can play on Legacy D2R. Holy shit, what a comeback for Nim there as he does his celebratory Din dance here. I actually thought the Fight Network, aka Greenlungs, was going to take that. That was such vicious damage. Big hit you might have seen there from Greenlungs. Nim was in trouble, but slowly, steadily, he crawls back ahead and takes that round. It's now 1-0 in his favor. Wild, man, yeah. So there's the OG Legacy D2R, and then there's ROT dubs, right? Which is where most people in the Melee community have converted to. I think with the only exception of, I think the Koreans. Some of the Koreans have stayed on, have preferred to stay Melee Legacy, but other than that, most people around the entire world have switched to ROT dubs. Put me a Duel House in the queue. Will be Duel House. I can't wait, man. Y'all going Sin v Sin? Will be Duel House. I can't wait for it. We've got a queue building up here, but that's all right, man. We'll try to back him down. We'll try to back him down. We've got some time. I see Leak Donger. I was told, yeah, I think that might be actually be at 9 p.m. So we'll just make sure. We'll see what's going on here. I think LOL Rages is who I see in there. I saw an L and I assumed it was Leak, but I think that's LOL Rages. Look at this. I'll show you what I mean here. I get streamer mode. So I just see the first letter there. You know, that's it. Holy shit, we don't want to miss any of the action. That's why sometimes I don't actually know what's going on or who's in there, and I misname people. Look, I blame Joby. Right? I blame Joby. It's all Joby's fault. Holy shit! Down goes Nimrod in that round. Now 2-1, I believe, in his favor. 2-2, actually, 2s. Holy shit, dude! These barbs are pulling it out today, man. This is the second barb we've seen tonight in Melee. And this guy, just to put this in perspective, Greenlung's on this barb here, more traditional Const barb versus the Wolf barb we saw earlier, is actually holding it down versus an absolute decorated Melee legend in Nimrod. Like, he's going back and forth. Holy shit, another close round there. Now 3-2 in favor of Nimrod. All right, here we go. I actually have Melee Pala and Doo-Doo, since they require no skills. Maybe I can join sometime. Yeah, I mean, the thing with Melee is that it really does come down to your build and knowing how to swap out your gear. As far as like technical PvP skill, it's certainly not on par with HLD or LLD, right? There are a few technicalities you want to watch out for, but other than that, it's click and hold, right? Click and hold, and it's all about you piloting the build, making the proper swaps in the stash if necessary. That's what it comes down to. It's a whole different way of dueling, and it's also a way that if you collect the right gear, man, that's what it comes down to. It's a shameless. I think it's a shameless pay-to-win division, right? Like, shameless. It certainly does make a big difference with the items that you have, but that's sort of the cool thing about Melee, right? In an item-based game like Diablo 2, where items hold value and they actually mean something, yep, they're gonna be worth some money, right? But it's also really cool to see what they, what that looks like at the highest level. Yeah, and also Druid is really powerful. I think you could probably build a Druid on a decent budget in Melee too. I converted my Melee to ROT dubs. Yeah, dude, you're not alone. Legalize did too. Legalize is on ROT dubs. Holy shit, man. Look at this. Nimrod pulling ahead here. 5-3. Yep, when I saw that Legalized was on ROT dubs, I was like, alright. That means probably most of the community is. Like, this Legalized is top tier Melee dueler, legendary. As Leak goes, so goes the community, is what I say. I still have my din, all of my 32020s and shit. I got all of that on Legacy. I feel so bad converting 32020s. As someone that doesn't have millions of them, I think I only have like 27. So it's like, you know, when it's a one-way trip to ROT dubs. Yeah, he really does, man. Yeah, only 27, dude. It's kind of tilting. Holy shit. Big hits here from Nim. Nim has always hit like an absolute Mack truck, but look at this. Holy shit, man. That is some big damage from Green Lungs on this Barb here, too. I really can't wait to see this gear, because even though right now it's 7-3 in favor of Nimrod, all of these rounds have been nail-bitingly close. Yeah, commitment issues. That's what it is. That's what it is. I probably bought them high, too, which feels bad. I think they've gone down in price pretty substantially. But whatever, it is what it is. I'll just get more. I spent all of my forum gold. For the first time ever, I had over 100,000 forum gold. So I think I spent like 70,000 on 3 2020s. It's like the most nasty high-end purchase I've ever made with forum gold. But yeah, then I ran out and now I need more, you know. I guess I still got like 25k. I should go shopping. Look at this, the Fight Network, aka Green Lungs, big hits there. Down he goes. You can tell from that Nova, from that little poison Nova right there, that he is using EBOTD, Berserker Axe. Right? And the reason why a lot of barbs use that in melee is because it just lets you hit your IAS breakpoints very efficiently. And barbarians, of all things, struggle with IAS breakpoints. It's just been a thing for the longest time, right? It's hard to reach your IAS breakpoints. So EBOTD is a very good way, efficient way to do that for a barb. You can do it with other items. You can get like a mithril point with some big IAS on it, or like a really, you know, a fast base weapon. But the trade-off is those fast-based weapons don't do as much damage. So there's a really, BOTD is just such an interesting choice for a barbarian. It's big damage, 500 plus damage on one hand, and allows you to hit max breakpoint. It's crazy. And here it is. Yeah, those are some big hits. Green Lungs hoping for that big comeback. As these guys look, I love this, man. Nim just allowing not resetting that barb proc there with the chilling armor. I think that's actually allowed with a barb, but either way, that's fucking savage. It's good to see it, man, because barbs are I wouldn't consider them an S tier in melee, but tonight, holy shit, they're looking good. It's 8-6 now. Green Lungs really representing for the barbs here. Potential big comeback. Yeah, I would agree, Tough Hunter. I would agree. Barbs need some sort of buff. I don't know exactly what it is, but I think it has to do with IAS. If they put a tiny bit of IAS in increased speed, I think it would solve a lot of shit. 9-6 now in favor of Nimrod. Yeah, Con's barbs using F daggers are pretty mean. True. I think you need a really big, like a really nice F dagger though. Or else it's just like, man, you give up so much damage. But I mean, you can make it up in other places. But it's just so hard on the barb. Holy shit, Green Lungs with some big hits here. He's gonna need another couple of big ones, I think, as Nimrod slowly whittles him down. Not looking good for Green Lungs. Green Lungs in trouble here, and down he goes Nimrod. Solidifying the legacy here. Bullying these barbs, getting his second win tonight. Second big win. His first one was taking the LLD title, and now he's showing off his prowess in melee. He says, Punch, you are next. 2 barbs down. That's right. Nim got all barb matchups tonight. I didn't even mean to do that. I'm sorry, Nim. All barbs here tonight. He says, Punch, you are next. And it is certainly going to be a tough one for Punch. Nimrod knows what he's doing. I mean, it has got to be encouraging. I thought Punch might actually win this one too, but now after seeing Nimrod and LLD take out DD, holy shit, it's scary. Like I think now Punch is going to have to dial in. Punch going to have to dial in for this, man. It is a death match. Punch will only need 2 wins. Nice gloves there, dude. Attack rating, E-rep, godly. Very nice. And single low mallet here, but love it. And that E-rep magic armor from Nimrod. That is really cool to see too, man. Like, it's so cool. This is why D2 is just one of the greatest ARPGs, right? All of these items have a purpose, right? Like, that magic item has a purpose. Now, granted, D4 made some big changes this season, right? With the white items and all of this stuff now having some value. Rares, magics. It's good, but the only reason they have value is because you can turn them into something else, right? You can turn them into a unique, turn them into a legendary. This is the only game where a magic item might actually be best in slot. Very nicely done from Nim. His second barb down today. Epic duel, man. Let's get in there for the next. Damn, son. All right, let's see what we've got up next here. We've got Track Amp and Super Dude. Let's see what's going on here. It looks like that one might be done. But we've got, you know what we've got? We've got Coach Jason versus Darius. That one is looking clean. I say we pop over and we get this one done. Get this one in there because it is going to be a savage one. Coach Jason. Taking a page out of the Nimrod book, staring ominously into the fire. Look at the superstition that your boy Nimrod has started up, making a big impact on every division he's ever in. Coach Jason versus Darius. Who's gonna win this one? Coach Jason is a savage, but he could suffer a big upset here. Could suffer a big upset from Darius because Darius is a legend. Nimrod joined the game probably to get these guys ready to go with, you know, get them ready in between rounds to knock off those pre-buffs. Gotta love it, man. Yeah, we'll pop over to Darius here. It looks like Coach Jason might be taking a shit. He might be a mid-wipe right now. Just give him a little bit. Give him a little bit, all right? As these dins, look at this. Look at these dins gathering around their heavenly brethren Hadriel, saying prayers and shit. Cheating. Basically cheating. Ain't nothing wrong with that, though. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. I will allow it. Me and Law Rage is ready? All right, hey, thanks for the heads up. Let's kick over to that real quick. It's, you know, LLD match, or wait, is it LLD match? Law Rages has 2 tonight. Let's just kick over to it. Let's just see what's going on while these guys get ready. Law Rages. Oh man, this is HLD. This is the HLD match. Oh shit. Law Rages versus Himpapa Weed. That's what it is. Law Rages on the Sin, Himpapa Weed on Barb or Drew. Appears as though Himpapa Weed is a pretty savage Barb player. Curious to see what... Oh man, he's on the Druid! He's on the Druid. He went Druid. Now the question is, fire or wind? We're gonna find out, man. King Druid is Himpapa Weed. Now, based on how he plays on that Barbarian, I think Himpapa Weed has got a lot of respect for the FPK playstyle. I would put him on a Wind Druid. I'd put him on a Wind Druid if I had to guess. If I had to take an educated guess about what this guy's bringing to the table tonight, I could be wrong. We're gonna find out, man. Let's see how it goes. Droid versus Assassin. Let's friggin' go. And here we go, boys. All right, this right here. Law Rages on the Sin. This is the first time we've seen this guy play on a Sin, and we're gonna get to see how nasty this guy really is. And oh yeah, look at this, Himpapa Weed on that Wind Druid. This is gonna be a classic. Classic FPK right here. It looks as though, appears as though Law Rage is on straight Trapper too. This is really gonna be some big shit. This is gonna be some big FPK duels right here. Now this is a matchup we haven't seen. We haven't seen a lot of people play straight Wind Druid in a very long time. So big props to him, Papa Weed, for bringing it back, man. I really do still think it is a very strong build as he gets in there and lands some big nados versus LOL Rages. This is a different kind of dance, especially as it used to be, as compared to how it used to be in LOD. And this is how the dance goes now. This Druid can't really get perpetually stunned by Mind Blast, but it is still a good idea to keep Mind Blast on the ready. Nice stomp there from him, Papa Weed. Damn, son. Now, we've got LOL Rages in a lot of trouble on this Sin. What LOL Rages is going to try to do is just set up nasty 5-stack traps and try to engage as the Druid approaches, right? The Druid has to close the distance, has to get those nados in there. The Sin has big range advantage, so she doesn't need to go looking for trouble. She can kick back a little bit, let that Druid come to her. But the thing is, you've got to have your timing just right. And what you're going to see here from LOL Rages, he's going to set these traps up. And as soon as the Druid, as soon as Himpapa comes in, he's going to try to time his teleport so that when Himpapa Weed stomps, he's out of the way, right? Immediately moves, and Himpapa Weed gets caught by nasty traps. Now, the other thing, though, the Wind Druid has some big defenses in this duel. Unlike the Fire Druid, who really doesn't have a lot of points to put into Cyclone armor, the Wind Druid is incentivized to put points into Cyclone armor. It's a synergy for Tornado. So not only is it a damage synergy, but in this particular matchup, Cyclone armor absorbs elemental damage. So all the damage from those traps can get sucked up by that Cyclone armor. So if all your traps get a real bad low roll when you get up in there, it doesn't feel good. Nice movement there, though, from LOL Rages. As he sets up those traps, just teleports out of the way. And you notice, he didn't run. He stayed in very close and looked to Mind Blast his opponent. That is a very clutch thing to do in this situation. That's going to allow you to keep your opponent in those traps for as long as possible. Just like that, as Himpapa Weed walks out of that Mind Blast. Oh, and a beautiful stomp there as Himpapa Weed finishes it up. We could feel it. We could feel it. As LOL Rage got caught with those early nados, he was playing with his back against the ropes for the entirety of that duel. Probably would have been a little bit different if he had some more life going into that last exchange. Oh, why isn't he using Shadow? That's a great question, Larry6. So why he's not using Shadow is because Shadow is kind of OP versus certain matchups. This one in particular, where the Druid has to close the distance, right? He has no other option. He has to stomp this in and throw a nado. And there's certain matchups where Shadow Master is so overpowered because it just stops your opponent from doing those things, right? So like Shadow Master will grab name locks from off screen and Mind Blast your opponent. So it's a free Mind Blast. It's like free Mind Blast constantly. So it gives this incredibly difficult, this incredible difficulty wall for the Druid to surpass in order to land damage on the Sin. Because not only can the Sin strategically Mind Blast, but the Shadow Bay can too. So they're just constantly Mind Blasting. The Druid can never get in. Right, so it's one of those things that in the fairness of this matchup, in order to not make it feel just miserable as shit, we just banned Shadow Bay. So she can still use Shadow Master, and you could still make it miserable by actually name locking your opponent, but it forces you to do it and makes it so that your AI fucking Shadow Master doesn't just do it for you. Yes, it is Larry6. So if you max out Mind Blast, it will make it so that your Shadow Bay will use it. And since we don't police how people build their builds for the most part, we just ban skills. Put your points wherever you want. We're not going to check that. Just don't use this skill versus a Druid or versus a Barb too, right? It's also the same with a Barb. Although, you have to keep an eye on the stats versus Barb because Barb might be... Sin might be a good matchup for a Barb these days, but honestly, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. When was the last time a Barb had a good matchup? Like, I don't remember any. There's, like, literally none. Even Sin now, I think, is still pretty tough. Yeah, the extra body will help. The Shadow Master will still suck up the NATO. You can still use Shadow Master, you just can't use, or not Shadow Master, Shadow Warrior. You can still use Warrior, you can't use Master. Took a long break, came back for a few. Welcome back, Punch. It's so, I always love seeing you on the card, bro. When I'm making matchups and I see Punch is signed up, I get excited because I'm like, I literally go out of my way. I'm like, what is a fair but super exciting duel? And it's always something I look forward to, man. Happy to see you back, brother. Yeah, I think so too, Gabriel. I think kicking and proccing that open wounds is a decent addition for the Sin in this matchup. But the problem with that is you really have to time it properly. Because if you get one of those Dio players, if you get someone like Dio was the up NATO king. And he would up NATO you when you thought that he was gonna run, and he was so good at it. Like, you would blow up his wolves and his oak sage and shit, and this is what he would do. He would teleport away once, knowing that you would think he's on the run, and then he'd start fucking up NATOing, right? He would fucking crush Sins with that shit. He would crush Sins, other druids, necros. That he was king of the up NATO, man. It's like Polytheist with the up boulder. How like every time it seems like you think you've got Polytheist, you're sure he's not up bouldering, and somehow he's fucking up bouldering, right? Like that was basically what Dio was with the Wind Druid. Like you think for sure there's no way he's up NATOing, and he definitely is. Yeah, here's the thing with the Barb. It has some really fun matchups, but you have to be really good on it. The Barb is almost like the Din in a sense that it's very unforgiving. Like, it's so hard to play because every matchup is difficult. There's no easy night for a Barb, right? Like, it's just how it is. There's no easy night for the Barb. You have to be a really good Barb player to get wins on the Barb, no matter what matchup you go in with. There's no, like, you know how a Zon has a free matchup with a Druid, right? It's like basically free. The Barb doesn't have any of those matchups. In fact, it has way more of the opposite, right? Yep, so we've got him Papa Weed going on right now versus Lol Rages. I also see Baloney Pony up in there. I'm gonna throw him into the queue because I'm excited about that one, man. Baloney Pony versus Track Amp tonight. I think that one's gonna be wild. If Track Amp got the connection issue figured out there, that's a little scary. Yeah. Well, we're just throwing those guys in the queue. We've got you guys up next, Darius. We just cut over to this right here. We might. I usually like to mix in melee, but not with title matches. But yeah, we're going right to you guys next. Yeah, Widowmaker then, obviously, right? Yeah, hell yeah, man. Yeah, you know what? This is what we'll do. We might actually be able to sneak in the melee match and then cut back over to this. We're gonna watch this round here as him Papa Weed has landed some vicious NATOs, but I'd be very impressed here if Lol Rages could come back from this. This is wild. We'll cut over to you guys right after this round. Be ready, we'll cut over. Nice traps there, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Great setup there from Lol Rages. But damn, King Druid is certainly a savage. Him Papa Weed is FPK phenom, dude. This guy is nuts. All right, boys, let's check this out. Darius versus Coach Jason. This one about to go down. Coach Jason off the shitter now. He's off the shitter. He's ready to throw down. He's ready to try to defend this ROT Dubs melee belt. Who will be the winner? Can he hold on to it? Let's find out. this corner, we've got the reigning, defending ROT Dubs champion, Coach Jason, as he gets felled by Darius in round 1. Holy shit, 0-1, very close round there, though. You never know how these things are gonna go until they go. That's just how it is, man. That is the nature of Melee. We've seen some of the most savage comebacks in this division. Nimrod probably holding on the most epic one of all time from 9-2 to 11-9. That shit was crazy. Or to 13-11, I don't know. He won either way from 9-2. You never know how it's gonna go. Holy shit, man. Big hits here, though. Lazarus, a.k.a. the Darius D2R, trying to reclaim that belt. But damn, from the brink of defeat, Coach Jason comes in and finishes. That was incredible. Now tying up the score 1-1 between these savages. A lot on the Druid gang up in here. Holy shit. A lot of Druid gang supporters. Damn, son, and here we go. Round 3 between these guys. Tie game. Darius D2R, not to be underestimated. This guy is a legend in Melee. Certainly decorated. And look at that. You know Coach Jason is ready to throw down because he goes back to human form. And even though he can't morph back, he can still swing. And he was ready for it, man. He was ready to go. Looks like he's making some swaps here, going back to the stash, swapping out some of those charms, trying to make some necessary adjustments as he recognizes early the power and the strategy of his opponent. Look at all these 320-20s. Jesus, matching fucking coin graphics. He ain't messing around, man. Poison Dagger gang, right? Yeah, get up in there. Necro Melee. Necro Melee win. And here we go, man. Oh my god, huge hits from Darius in the first part of that round, and now Coach Jason in trouble. 3-1 in favor of the challenger. Darius D2R trying to dominantly claim back this Melee division. Barb is down that bad because of the FHR changes. That made it so Barb, you don't really have any opportunities to lock out a caster anymore with like perfectly executed whirlwinds and all of that. None of it matters because you can't stun lock somebody. So that killed the Barb. I mean, the damage is still fine in all of this. It's just, you know, so they've always struggled with breakpoints. Granted, Beast Grief kind of changed that a little bit, but they're still kind of pigeonholed into that beast, right? Which is otherwise not really a great weapon besides the Fanat. And then you've got the FHR is just, so if you catch a caster, it's like you catch a sorceress, right? You catch them, you hit them with the whirlwind, right? If you're a good Barb player, you can triangular whirlwind and keep them there. They can't get away, right? But you've got to do it perfectly, perfect execution. You can't do that anymore. If you hit them and they start to get stunned, baby mode kicks in and they can just get out of it. They just hold down teleport and leave. So that was the big thing. Holy shit, man. 5-2 in favor of the challenger Darius. This is getting savage. As we see the champion going back to the stash for the second time tonight. Going in and swapping out some more of these charms. It's very, very interesting, man. Holy hell. This is early to be running through both swaps. So wild, man.
Nothing will stand in my way.
The droid gang is in trouble tonight. As he switches gears, making sure he hits all of his necessary breakpoints here. He has exactly 50 DR. Curious to know at all if we've got Darius on a build that uses the new Jewel or a Sunder charm by chance. Because in which case, could be scary. Could be scary for that 50 DR. There are many Sorks, but you can apply that to any caster, right? So, like, they can't beat a Necro in the same way. They can't... Well, they can beat a Necro, but... They can't beat a Druid. They can't lock out a sin in the same way. They can't, you know, there's so many things that just stop them. Also leap, right? You don't necessarily need to triangular whirlwind. You could leap lock somebody with very short leaps, and that has also changed. The barb now can't do short leaps. They're like prevented. The game prevents them from doing short leaps. They take these awkward large leaps all the time, right? So like that also hurts with your stun. Yeah, well, like leap, it didn't necessarily get nerfed in the sense of just the FHR change, right, is number one nerf to leap. But the other nerf is the fact that you can no longer do you remember the short leaps? Remember the short, you could just hold down leap right next to your character, and you could just constantly leap and kind of lock someone in place, then whirlwind them? Can't do that anymore. It's like all huge leaps. Even if you click close, it takes a really big leap. By the way, man, holy shit, Darius is pulling dominantly ahead here. 8-2 in favor of Darius. This is crazy. This is a primal showdown here in the melee division. Wolf versus Din. It is a primal showdown, a back and forth so much in the melee division. And right now, Darius is really trying to claim it back for these Dins. He's really trying to claim it back for these Dins, and he's off to a great start. 9-2 so far in Darius's favor. Will he be the next DFC Melee champion for the ROT Dubs division? Let's swap over to his point of view and check this out. As he tries to whittle down the champion, he is 9-2, and he's off to a great start. And down goes the champion as we see the new DFC Melee champ. That is Darius. D2R right there. This shit is absolutely wild, boys. Damn, son. The Dins take it back. The Dins have taken it back. Darius D2R returning to the top, this time in the ROT Dubs division of Melee. This guy certainly no stranger to that belt. Damn, son. Now we get to see the gear that these guys are rocking. This is Darius's point of view here. You can see him on 3 1920s. And look at that mallet from Coach Jason. That thing is just wild. Just wild. 40-15 in the perfect storm shield. And look at that Sky Spirit, dude. 5 Fury, 2 socket, 2 40-15s in there, base life, and of course the Vizzo mod. Faster hit recovery as well. You really can't beat it, man. God damn. That is wild. Fortitude, of course. Gotta use that. Yep, Dins and Droids. This is the only matchup where either one of them is allowed to use Fortitude, which is really cool because in this epic showdown, Din v Druid, that's really how it goes back and forth. And look at this legendary mallet for Darius. Look at the gear the champ was rocking. EDC is allowed. Yep, you can use it, but oftentimes a rare is better. If you have a really nice rare, it's better. But EDC is allowed. We have seen some people do it. Also, Eth Rune Master. That's another thing that we've seen people do. Here's a new thing. This is the new tech in ROT Dubs. This is what a lot of people are doing. They're using that horizon set, man. Boots and gloves. They're using it. Gives you that IAS, right? Big IAS boost, 30 IAS stats, and cannot be frozen. Those things were meant for melee. Meant for melee. And then they somehow have magic resist on them. LOL. Because we needed to add that into the game. Magic res and minus magic res. And there it is, the ceremonious pass off of the belt from Coach Jason to Darius. And Darius says, until next time. Yeah, look at this. Courtesy of Nim. Look at this, 100% perfect. Upped spiderweb sash string of ears. Named the DFC Melee Champ. Courtesy of Nimrod. Big cheers to this guy for starting up this tradition in, I believe, just about every single division. LLD and Melee for sure. But holy shit, man. That was wild. All right, boys, let's kick back over. We have got, where were we before here? Let's see what we've got. Oh, yeah, we were on Lol Rages. Oh, no, never mind. These guys are... Yeah, he swapped it up. He swapped it up. He swapped it up to LLD. He's getting geared up here. Next up, then, we've got Punch versus Nim, I think is what's going on. That was a great match, man. Great match. Punch v Nim. Let's friggin' go, man. Then after this, it's going to be 9 p.m. here soon. That's going to trigger Squigs v Gators. It's going to trigger Leak v Donger. What a great matchup. What a great throwdown, man. We also have Will versus Dullhouse. LOL Rages. LLD is up. But we've also got Baloney Pony up in there. I hope Track Amp's situation got figured out there, because I am looking forward to this one. The Track Amp Baloney Pony duel tonight is an epic duel of fiery proportions. We've got a fire Warlock going up against a fire druid. Damn, two very mid-range-y classes finally meeting. And I can't wait to see how it goes. Baloney and Track, yeah, we got you guys in the queue. It'll be a little bit, but how's the connection issue coming along, Track? Is that how are things looking? Oh, look at this, man. Nim gets in here in this epic duel versus Punch. He gets in here with a smiter. I gotta say, I love it. Big up smite there from Nim. You know what? I am so pumped that that Nim has chosen to do this, going in with a smiter, because this is a real duel. This right here is, I think, a better duel. Certainly better to watch. Otherwise, what's going to happen is, if he goes up against the Hammered In, he's just going to be sitting there in a hammer field, much like he was in LLD, and I don't think Nimrod wants to do that again. I think Nimrod wants a challenge. And I'll tell you, Smiter versus Barb here on Deathmatch with Punch as a pilot, this could be a good challenge for him. I really like this. Nice hits here from Punch. Nim is going to be very careful, though. He's going to be very careful. This is a death match, man. This is a death match as Punch whirlwinds away, takes out the Oak Sage. This is great, man. We're going to get to see the patience of Punch here. The notorious patience of Punch. This guy, his timing is so good. Oh, he's going for the Hydra PK. He got it. He got the Hydra PK, baby. Allah, pulling a page out of Maddie's book right there. Got him with the Hydra PK. Charge is not BM, but you definitely don't want to charge a whirlwinding barbarian, because you drop your block percent to 25%. And you probably get outranged by them. You don't necessarily if you're on a Zerker, and they're also on Zerkers, but you don't want to charge down a barbarian who's whirlwinding away from you. Bad angle to charge them. Nim was just walking up, hoping Punch made a mistake. Keeping that pressure on, keeping the pressure off of him, dictating the pace of the duel is what he's trying to do there. It is now 1-0 in favor of Punch. Punch only needs 2. Big hits early on for Nimrod. He actually ended a smite there. Now, we have seen probably one of the most epic duels in DFC history was between Joby and Punch, and it was this exact matchup. It was Smiter versus Barb, but the difference was it was in LOD. It is still very hard for a Barb in this matchup right here, that is for sure. Oh, nice change of pace there from Punch. Yo, what up, Drew G? Hey, good to see you, man. Yeah, we gotta disqualify Punch. He's got some arc to play with Drew G. What's he doing in a DFC match here? What up, dude? Good to see you, man. Yeah, clean FOHs. That's another thing that you can do as a Din here. You can harass with FOH from the outside, but you can't really overcommit to it, because if you do, that Barb's going to punish you, dude. He's going to get in there, he's going to stomp you, and it ain't going to feel too good. Uh-oh. Now that FOH is really going to hurt. Oh my god, and he finishes intelligently there. Nimrod gets in, chooses to smite. Did a little bit of up smite in there, which was very smart, because he knew that Punch was low, and he was getting low too. Got cut open with that open wounds. His life total was dropping down. He played it safe there, did some up smiting. That was the correct call. You could go looking for that FOH, but it's a little risky, because if Punch beats you to the punch, so to speak, it can end very quickly for you. There it is. 1-1 for these guys. Nimrod pulling back in, getting back in the winner's column here. But he's still one loss away from Punch taking this now in this death match. Absolutely, man. Alpaca versus Jits. That's going to be sick. We're getting a bit of a backed up queue here. I'm going to try to balance some of this stuff out and maybe check out multiple fights at once. But this Punch duel is going to be so good, man. Oh, nice stomp there from Nimrod. That was actually an incredible stomp, and it looks like Punch was a little bit desynced there. You might be wondering why those smites didn't hit as Nimrod tightly stomped in there. It was because Punch was whirlwinding down, and there was just some desync going on. That was some Invisi-whirls. Punch playing very patiently here. I like this. I like this, man. He really plays his distance so well and tries to catch the Din players off guard as they come in, right? Off guard when they're getting ready to recast that Oak Sage. You see what he did there? Blows up the Oak Sage, and as he goes in to recast it, that's when he chooses to strike. He's gonna do it again here. There it is. Connects on it, but that time, Nim was ready. Nim landed some smites there, and you can see how quickly that can change the pace. That can change the outcome of this. He's going for it. There it is again. That time Nim was really quick on recasting the Oak there. He delivered maximum punishment with that smite. Now Punch noticing he's gonna have to change up that cadence a little bit because Nim is catching on. Damn, son. Nice little up smite. Punch wisely backing off, letting him know. Punch is a big mental player, is what it is. He's gonna play you mentally as well. Look at this, keeping that distance there as he plays around the Oak Sage. Punch really trying to utilize the maximum distance. You notice how far out Punch was whirlwinding there? Oh my god, and Punch gets there! Holy shit, man! GG's! Pulls it out from the brink of defeat! It can be done, he says. Eat it, Toe! Damn, son! Holy shit! Punch is a savage on that barb, and you can see it, man. You can see it. He was doing some crazy whirlwinding there. So he was, you might have noticed, as he was in close range with Nimrod, he was whirlwinding way on the outside. And you might be thinking, why is he doing that? Why is he so far away from Nimrod as he's trying to whirlwind him? He's trying to utilize the maximum range of his Berserker axes and just nick Nimrod on the furthest reach that he can possibly get so he can quickly get out and not get smited. It's a very high level play. A lot of times barbs will just go in and willy-nilly throw the whirlwinds right through their target. But that's not what you want to do, man. You want to stay right on the outside of a smiter at maximum distance and just nick them from the outside. That's very high level play. And then that's all Punch needed to change the pace of the duel, get in there, and then land a close range whirlwind. Man, I'm telling you, he's a mental game player on that barb, and he gotta be as a barb player. Yep, barbs can use Drax versus Dins, but Dins cannot use Drax versus barbs. Yep. That's how it is. Yeah, and Nim was pointing that out. The barbs can use it. The barb will never proc. He's never going to proc life tap because Whirlwind cannot proc life tap. It can't proc anything. The only way the barb could proc anything is if he zerks or if he conces, and that's certainly not something you're ever going to do versus a smiter. Hell yeah, man. That was an epic throwdown. Holy shit. That was an epic one. All right, what have we got here? We have got, I'm going to check in with Will v. Dollhouse next. Let's get this in. We're still 5 minutes before 9, which is when shit's really going to start popping off. So let's check out Will versus Dollhouse if those guys are ready to go. Let's pop in. I see Will streaming. Sorry for the wait, boys. Thanks for the patience. Appreciate you. And it looks like this is going to be some Din v. Sin action. Will on a Din. Holy shit, boys. We're going to see Will breaking all new ground here tonight. Probably, he looks like he's on a smiter here. He's going to be trying to utilize that distance. Holy shit. GG's, Punch. That was sick, man. Epic throwdown. We always knew. Whenever Punch is on the card, we know it's going to be an epic throwdown. And dude, props to Nim for making that a real duel and not going in with a hammered in, right? Like, even with a smiter, it's a tough duel for a barb. But with a hammered in, it's like borderline fucking impossible. So props to Nim for turning that into a legendary epic duel. Like, that was fucking sick. Great match between those guys. That was a real duel. That was a real duel. Holy shit, man. All right, boys. Here it is. Din v Sin. Will versus Dollhouse. Both of these guys decorated Sin players, but for the first time, we get to see Will on the Din. Jumping on the Din train. Will the Dins continue to get the wins? We're going to see. I wanted to go as close to click and hold as possible. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. That was really good. Played very well, too. Played very well, man. Punch is just a savage. Punch is a savage, man. It reminds me of that time, Joby versus Punch in DFC 2. That was still, I think, one of the most epic wins in DFC history. Big upset. Joby was practically undefeated the entire season. Punch comes in and with an epic back and forth in the finals, takes the win, man. It was crazy. Big hits here, though, from Dollhouse, and now Will is in trouble. He's noticing. Will now noticing. Oh, he's going in. He's got a nice little swap there. You see that little techie swap that he's got? Better watch out for that shit. He's got an exile he's going in here with, especially as his opponent sits in these 5 stacks. What he's going to try to do is really make it count. What he can do is actually just stay on the outside. If your Sin opponent is sitting in 5 stacks of traps and you have fucking and you have life tap as a Din, what you can do is just sit on the outside, and eventually that fucking Shadow Master is gonna get froggy. So you can just up smite, and the Shadow Master will stomp you, and then boom, life tap, Shadow dead, rep to full instantly. Let's do it again. You know, that's just how it is. Gotta know, if you're gonna be slick like the breeze, you gotta know how to cheese. Declones in 30 minutes after Tombs TZ. GG, thanks for the update, Smalls. That's sick, man. Oh, is it Tombs TZ next? Holy shit. Hell yeah, man. 0-1 in favor of Dollhouse. Dollhouse is quickly becoming an established savage in the DFC. This guy is an insane Sin player. And this is the first time we've seen Will on a Din. Nice stomp there. And he gets the life tap. That's really good. Now, the thing is with the Sin, she's going to have fade up. So that life tap is only going to really last like 10 seconds. Man, it's already gone. It's already gone. So you got to get those licks in while you can. And oftentimes when you proc that life tap, that's just going to make the Sin run away. They're just going to run away. Gets another hit in there, but he pays for it dearly with those traps. Those were some big hits. It is so hard, man. As a Din player, you got to close that distance. You got to close that distance. You got to watch out for those traps. Look at that. Dollhouse sets a trap in the house there. Uh-oh, big hits from the trap. And now Will is in trouble. Will has got to be very patient right here. In this matchup in general, so theoretically, what you want to do is, much like the mental game that Punch plays on the Barb, you gotta kind of play it with a Din in this matchup. So you can theoretically hit a Sin from far out, right? You can CT cast some FOHs, which sometimes they'll hit the Shadow Bay, doesn't feel good, right? But if they actually connect on the Sin, that doesn't feel good either. And you technically will win that, as long as they're just not CT casting traps back on you, right? But regardless, if they do CT cast traps on you, that's exactly what you want. You want them to get out of their 5 stacks. So if they respond and they CT cast traps on you, they're no longer in their 5 stacks, right? Like, look how much they've got up there, you know, kind of walk around them, feel it out, FOH them from the outside, make them do it again. And before you know it, you've broken their entire 5 stack from the outside. It is a game of patience. You know, you got to use that FOH from the outside. Nice stomp there again from Will. He gets in there, but man, he's just getting punished by these traps. Ooh, a little bit of whirlwinding away there too. Interesting. And it cut him open. Oh man, he's got to stay on the outside now. He has got to finish. Oh my God. Gets caught by the trap when he was... Dude, Dollhouse literally FOH PK there. Will got caught by that trap. He was kicking himself right as he saw it going off. He went in trying to cast that FOH. He saw it going off and boom, like he just knew it. He was trying to mission abort on that FOH. Oh shit, man. That was crazy. Yeah, I mean, he definitely, that's the thing. It looks like Will just loves getting in there and smiting, and that's a good thing, but you're right. He can't, he's got to be careful not to overcommit. Got to be careful. Oh man, no way. Yeah, he's trying to, yeah, he's also trying to telly out. He should charge out. Because if he gets caught in a mind blast as he tellies in, which Dollhouse is really good at doing, he's just gonna be in a lot of trouble. Like, it's just immediately. He might be using Shadow Master here too, which is actually BM versus the Din for those same reasons, right? Like, it just makes it hard for him to get in. I would double check that if he's using Shadow Master. This is one of those matchups. Shadow Bay is banned. Can't be getting those free mine, but that one might have been legit. That one might have been legit. But I'd just double check on that. Gonna have to double check on the Dollhouse here. Ain't no free Din wins here tonight. You want those mind blasts, you gotta go looking for them. Oh, nice chain there from Dollhouse. He's getting ballsy. Dollhouse is getting ballsy now. He's getting in trying to whirlwind a smiter. That is supreme confidence. No respect for the smite game here. Another big hit from Dollhouse, and now he's trying to get in there with a whirlwind finish. Damn, son. Yeah, if any of these guys... If any of these guys can hear me. Oh, is it over? Oh shit. Yeah, it might be over between these guys. I was gonna say, just make sure he ain't using the Shadow Master. I don't think it made a huge difference there. I think basically there was a lot of commitment with a lot of traps involved there. It's tough. This is a delicate dance between the Din and the Sin, especially Smiter Din. It's a very difficult one. Look at this. He's got himself a 20 cast 3 bared helm here. So he's likely going up against the hybrid. He's going up against the hybrid. I think it's interesting to stack up a lot of DR versus a hybrid Sin. I would almost prefer to go with just lightning so you can mitigate the traps. Because if a Sin, usually if a Sin wants to close the distance versus a Smiter, I say, come on in, let's fucking go. Right, but it could be that it could be he just hits nasty hard with that Sin. But I think Greater Claws there, which usually suggests more damage, but he's still more traps. Yeah, no, Greater Talons. Is he a spider? He's a spider. Oh yeah, definitely DR's a waste. Damn. Yeah, DR's big waste. That sucks. I think he caught him there. I think he overprepared for the physical damage there. Oh, that's too bad. That's why he was getting pieced up by those traps. I think he really planned on just getting hit with those, you know, having to fade that whirlwind. And nope, no worries at all. Yeah, good duels. Epic, man. It is a tough match. How dare, you know, we're gonna check the tapes. We're gonna check the tapes on Dollhouse. Make sure he wasn't using any hacks what the fuck's going on there. Bullying those fucking dins. Don't worry, we'll check the tapes. We'll check the tapes. All right, boys, let's see. We've got 9 p.m. here, so Legalize. He might be up in here. Let's see. I see him. I see Legalize up in here. We've also got another 9 p.m. trigger between Gators and Squigs. I say we check that out, man. That one's gonna be huge. That's the we'll give Legalize and his opponent time to get to jamming here. It will be Legalize v Donger, or Legalize got another matchup in there versus Lucian as well. So there's a number of things. There's a number of matches for Leak. All right, let's pop in. We've got championship bout if Squigs and he are ready. Squigs and Gators. I don't see him here. I'm actually, because of that, I'm just gonna kick over to Donger Leak right now. We'll kick over to Donger Leak. If these guys are ready. Our other 9 PMers ain't quite here yet. Leak is having some internet issues at the moment. All right, thanks for the update, man. Yeah, no worries, no worries. We've got a few other matchups. That's fine. Take your time, get them figured out. There's no rush at all. We've got Lol Rages ready to jam, ready to slam. We had to kick out of his other match there, but he might be ready to throw down in some LLD. So that could be big. That could be some big news right there. Let's check it out. We've got, is this Lol Rages right here? Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, might be going. Let's jam it. He says, oh, might be up soon. Yeah. Yeah. Let me give a quick update on the roster. I know it can kind of be so random, and especially as we swap between different matches if people aren't ready or whatnot. I'll just give a quick update about who's on the roster. If you're not on here and need to be, let me know, right? But this is currently fights that are on it, right? We've got Squigs v Gators for the HLD title, right? Top priority. We've got Leak v Donger, next priority. Then we've got Lol Rages, which we're tuning into right now. We're going to check this one out. We've got Baloney v Track Amp. And we've got Alpaca v Jits. That's what the queue's looking like. Blame it on Bill. Yep. That's what he's obviously fucking everybody's internet up. We're going to take it out of his Forum Gold pay. I got coffee and missed the match. Dude, it's crazy. Friggin' Din's getting beat on over here. So obviously, you know what happens whenever a Din loses. We need to go back and check the tapes. So we're going to check the tapes on Dullhouse. Make sure he wasn't using any hacks. If anything looks even slightly suspicious, we're obviously just going to ban him. Beating on those Dins comes with consequences, you know? Beating on those Dins. You want to get a win versus a Din? Well, it won't be with a grin. Tell you that much. Tell you that much. Yep, we got Bill reviewing the tapes right now. Yep. Got him reviewing the tapes right now. All right, here we go, boys. Marl versus Lol Rages. Holy shit, is this the Marl? Is this the Marl from LOD? Holy shit. Oh, wait, no, this is, wait, I was supposed to go up against Lol Rages tonight. Whoops. I'm an idiot. All right, Lol Rages is jamming. I get it. It's actually me versus Lol Rages. What are we watching here then? Let me get up in there. Let me swap accounts real quick. He might be jamming. We'll check this out while I swap. Let's get my loader up here so I can easily swap. One moment, boys. This might be a little awkward here. There we go. Screen is back. Got my loader. Fired up. Oh my god. Oh, he says, okay, that's what it was. He's just getting warmed up for me. He's ready. He says ready whenever I am. All right. Yeah, my bad. I totally forgot we were dueling. Let's jam this, man. I'm gonna get fired up right now. Let's take care of this. Let's do it. All right, boys. All right. Swapping over to some LLD. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Let me know game, bro. Let me know game. We'll send it in. I'm gonna go in with a hammered in. Charger is so random. Hammered in has a little bit of skill behind it, but we'll see. We shall see. Message. Let me know game. All right, going in with the hammed in. All right, boys. I hate to do this, but we are certainly going to have to bust out all of the things here. By that, I mean Punch-Out theme is coming in. It has served us well. No one's beat us on the Punch-Out theme here today. So cue it up, Bill. Thank you. Oh, hell yeah, man. Tried to remake them, but had no idea. Alright, let's do this. We are hostile to LOL Rages. Was my jam, dude. Hell yeah, man. That was an old forgotten era right there, man. It was really good to see it. Really good to find that stuff. Ready, brother? Let's friggin' do it. We gotta lock in. I should have made a portal. Tough one for a din, let me tell you. All right, here we go. Alright, we don't do enough damage. We don't do enough damage with this. Oh, you know what?
I can't carry anymore.
I have the wrong charms on. Fuck. Wrong charms. I was like, why aren't I doing any damage? We just gave 2 free wins. We couldn't win that at all. There was no way we could win that. Oh well. Nam wasn't won in a day. Better duel. Better duel. I think that was all charge damage, and now you can see the difference, right? We weren't doing shit for damage in the first 2 rounds. I was like, what the fuck?
The order welcomes you.
All right, he's by the puddles. I'm gonna let him come up a bit. Damn. I say we call it 2-0. Or 0-2. Real duels. I feel bad because I just didn't have a build that could actually win in the first 2 duels. Real duels. I say we do it right, man. I mean, we're probably not going to win it anyway, but it'd be nice to actually duel with the right gear. All right, 0-2. I'm gonna try some real rogue shit here. Damn. Rogue shit didn't work. I was going full run, but not worth it. I mean, we're always charging anyway. Yeah. Go, bro. 0-3. Real duel time. Big risk. GG's, man. Well, we tried. We tried. Yeah, that is unwinnable. That is unwinnable. The only way we have a puncher's chance is if we take a charger and just get really, really lucky. But I hate to rely on luck there because you can actually get it. You just can't get it with a dueler of Lol Rage's caliber on the Zon. It's really tough. He knows the movements. He knows the strategies. He knows the angles. And he also has vicious gear. GG's, bro. Yeah, we had to go for the insight charge at the end because it's like we needed a big one. But that's all right. Shit happens. Let me swap this over, dude. Yeah, then we'll jam it. I have felled lesser Zons with that strategy. He is too knowledgeable of that. He is too knowledgeable. He knows the matchup. He knows the angles. That wall rages guy, let me tell you.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
Damn, son. Good duels, brother. Good duels. Got fucking assed by that Zan. Got fucking assed by it. All right, boys. What are we looking at? We got Squigs v Go Gators up in here. We got Leak. Is he still having trouble with that? Let me pop into Donger's point of view here. And let's just see. We'll just take a peek and see what's going on here. Oh, yeah. Look at this. 2400 ping. Almost. He's at 4K ping, LOL. Holy shit. Working his way down. Yeah, there he is, though, man. Look at this boy. Casino. You might recognize that name from a video that we did where we got our asses beat by Casino. That was fun. Sometimes there's just not enough rocks. Hell yeah. Dude, I hope so. Yeah, we get to see it at the end of a match, so we'll get to see what Casino's rocking. Dude, I'm pumped about it. I'm pumped about it. Gators and I should be ready in a bit. Gators is a bit busy still. Yeah, no worries, man. Yeah, do you want me to give you some time here too? We can cut over to another match. We've also got Baloney and Track Amp on the roster here, ready to throw down. And then we've got Alpaca versus Jits. Yeah, if you guys want me to give you a little bit of time, we can do that. Give you a little bit to get that ping figured out. Hopefully, anyway. It's kind of random how that all works out, but we'll give you a little bit. We'll pop over to Baloney versus Track Amp if these guys are ready. Track Amp says they were born ready before. Yep. We'll check them out. We'll check them out. The Fire Druid Throwdown, dude. This is gonna be, these guys gonna be turning this blood moor into a bloodbath, is what they're gonna do. They're gonna light this whole fucking thing on fire. They're gonna light it all on fire. I don't know if you saw, but think Tim the Tool Man either not gonna be ready till 9 p.m. tonight or will be over the weekend. Yeah, I did. He messaged me. I didn't know he was EU. Sorry about that, Paulie. If I would have known he was EU, I don't think I would have ever made that match. Because I know that you're usually not ready to go before like 9 p.m. Eastern. So it's just like 9 p.m. Eastern is like 3 a.m. for him over there. So if I would have known that, I never would have made that. I kind of feel bad. But yeah, jam it over the weekend. Fuck it. Do it on one of your streams or something if you can. Maybe I'll pop in if I can. We'll get her figured out. Meanwhile, look at this, dude. We've got who I can only imagine is your favorite DFC dueler right now, Paulie. Track Amp. Going up against the Fire Warlock himself, Baloney Pony, and these guys are going to be lighting this map on fire. It is literally Fire Druid, which is sort of the king of the fire builds right now, versus the up-and-coming Fire Warlock, the fairest of all the Warlock builds in PvP. And by the way, Frosty, my guy, what is this? Big cheers to you, man. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Holy shit, man. Another one. Wild. I hope you're as pumped for this as I am, Frosty. This is, this very well might be a mid-range match, and as all mid-range matches go, they can be long, right? But it's interesting. I'm actually very curious to see who has the range here. Who's gonna be, who kind of comes out on top. Who can hit at range more efficiently? You would think that with the ability to cast right down on top of your target with really no delays, you would figure Track Amp might have the advantage here. But all it would take is just landing some savage apocalypse versus Track Amp here, and it can really change the pace of the duel. Also, another thing that I think is very interesting is that, so theoretically, to break it down as to what is banned with the Warlock builds right now, right? Abyss is obviously banned. Can't be using that, right? But so is Blood Boil. However, The other skills aren't banned, right? So like miasma chains, you could technically use that. The bolts, you could use those. You could theoretically have an abyss lock that you just don't use abyss with, right? That's a thing. Here's the other crazy thing, right? You could have a blood boil lock that you don't use blood boil with. And I know that sounds crazy, but after getting chained by Max and hit by the fucking summons, those things are ridiculous. So I really don't think we have seen the full extent of how busted those builds are, because only the main skill in the Warlock builds right now is banned. Right? Like, you can't use Abyss, but you could use Chains. You could use everything else, right? Everything else in the Miasma tree. Just the Abyss skill is banned. Blood Boil, you don't have to use that. You could just let the summons do some work for you, right? Get up in there, let the summons do the work for you. You could just... You could, what's the other one? The one where you fucking... Blood Mark, Death Mark. That's what it is. Death Mark them. They take shit tons more damage, and then just telechain them. Like, that shit is kind of crazy. I've seen Max do that, and that shit hurts, man. It's huge. But yeah, and I love this, because what you're seeing right here from Baloney Pony is he's now using chains. I love that he's mixing in chains into this build, because that's allowed. You can use that skill. You just can't use Abyss. You could fully synergize chains and just have a chains Warlock. They would be viciously powerful right now. I'm surprised nobody has done it. They would be viciously powerful. And technically not banned. Yeah, no one talks about it, but it is technically legal in the DFC. Now, we probably wouldn't match you versus a Din. It's probably an easy win, right? Can tell you that. I don't need no data to figure that one out. Holy shit, Track Amp gets there. Look at that. He got clocked by that chains, I think. That or that was an Apocalypse. He might have walked into an Apocalypse there and he almost... That literally half-lifed him. Holy shit. I love that chains, though. I think that was what... This is why I love Baloney Pony playing this build. That was exactly what that build was missing. Is something to do kind of on-command damage, right? Instead of, like, you could always hit with, you know, you have your Fireball skill there, the Ring of Fire, but it's actually kind of weak and doesn't hit that hard. You could have some other hybrid setup here, right? Where you've got the fire skills that they have to prepare for, the big Apocalypse, but then you've also got chains, which is kind of a cunt. Like, that hurts. This is why I was looking forward to this build, boys. This is a duel. This is a real duel. Actually, not that bad either. Like, that, it's not... this isn't nearly as long-winded of a duel as I thought it might be. Look at this chains, man. I think he hit him with that right there. I can't tell if it was the bear or the oak, but that chains was attached right there. That was attached to something. You would figure with the cloud that it would be, that it would hit anyway, but I'm not sure. I'm not that familiar with it. Oh, nice Apocalypse there, but the problem with Apocalypse is just a little too slow. I think the fire build could be really good if Apocalypse came down at about twice the speed. Yeah, you might be able to, Larry Six. Like, I don't think they're fucking with the summons too much either in the patch. Like, in those updates, they're not... The summoner build is kind of fine. So, I honestly think I would be surprised if we didn't see more Warlocks, like, popping in and trying these skills out. I think there's a lot of people... There's not many people that actually dive in and try Warlocks out. We've got Baloney Pony and we've got Max. Oh my god, big hits there! Those chains are distracting Track Amp. He's not knowing what to aim at there, and he got caught with an Apocalypse. That was crazy. That was insane. Really nice setup there. Yeah, those chains, I think, just wiped out his pets there. So that tells me they probably can do some damage. This is wild, though. I love this. Track amp wisely. When he gets hit with that chains, he doesn't know what that's doing for damage right now. He doesn't know how much Baloney Pony has committed to chains. So what he might be doing is just, as soon as he sees that chains come up, he just tellies off screen. Just breaks the chains, literally. Telly off screen, break the chains. I love it, though. Those chains are adding a whole nother element into this. Looks like it took out his Oak Sage, but who knows how much damage this is actually doing. I don't think he's been hit clean with the chains yet. That Apocalypse almost hit, though. Hey, thanks so much, Travix. Good duels, man. Good duels, brother. Can't wait for the ladder reset. We'll have to run it back NVN, man. That was super fun. Enjoy the rest of your night, brother. Rest well. Yeah, it's crazy. So I say thank God for people like Baloney Pony and Max, who, like, literally they are trying to push this to its actual GM limit, right? There is, without players like this that are willing to actually take something seriously, try wild and crazy shit like this, you ain't never gonna know. That was a hit with chains right there, good for a few hundred damage. Yep, track amp hits a mana shrine right there. That is completely allowed. The rule is you can't hit shrines that give you a significant advantage. Whereas mana pots are allowed, this is not a significant advantage. We're gonna need to postpone our match to next week if that's okay. Hey, no worries, man, no worries. Yeah, sorry about that, Donger. And sorry about that leak. I know it's sucks to have those internet issues. Dude, no worries at all, no worries. That shit happens, brother. That shit happens. Thanks for the update. That's a shame. I was looking forward to it, man. I was like, I think that's actually gonna be a good match, man. Yeah, no worries, dude. It happens. Yeah, that's the thing. And what Baloney Pony has done here is he's worked in chains, and I think he's doing that to set up his Apocalypse. Because you're right, it is very, very hard to hit your opponent with Apocalypse. It's the only bad thing about it. It's like, otherwise a very good skill. It's kind of reminiscent of Meteor. But the thing is, it takes so long to, like, come down that no one's getting caught with that. You can hit people with Invisilips, right? Like, you could do that. You could cast it off screen and just hope they telly into it. They won't see it, you know? That works with any skill, but not an ideal way to duel, right? Like, to telly off screen and cast Apocalypse. It should just come down faster. Like, if it came down faster, that would be just what this build needs to be super competitive in PvP without being, like, overpowered. Because you would just have to stack against it. You would just have to be like, okay, I'm going to stack up that fire res. I'm going to put on that fire absorb. Oh, man, nice job there. I think he hit him with that Apocalypse. That was a nice setup. That chains is really working. By the way, if anybody's around to pull these guys, I think they might need some mana. I'm not 100% sure about what the password would be. Oh, my God, and he gets hit with that Apocalypse again as he recast the Cyclone armor. That is going to absorb some damage, but certainly not everything. Eldritch Blast. Oh, I'm just seeing this. Eldritch Blast kind of one-shots. Yeah. There is a lot of Warlock skills that people just don't experiment with. But, I mean, anybody who knows DFC rules is like, there might be a lot of rules in PvP, but it's like very liberal in the DFC, as in like, basically do anything. The Warlock is the only class to ever have an offensive skill banned, and it got 2 of them banned. Just because they're so miserably unplayable. Just can't beat them. But I'm honestly, I might have to talk with Max about this and see if he'd be willing to, like, actually duel in the regular meta with just his pets. Like, with just pets. You know, no, like a Blood Boil lock essentially, but no Blood Boil. I wonder how effective that would be. I'll have to tech with him about it. Because I think that could actually be a thing. Track amp is very low here. Baloney Pony has pieced him up. The introduction of chains in this, the use of chains in this has been huge in this round. We saw a little bit of a peak of it in the last round, but nothing that was wild and crazy, right? Nothing that was out of control. But now he's really using these chains extremely offensively here. And even if they don't do big KO damage, they do something. And it's making Track Amp play differently to the point where he's getting caught with Apocalypse. Props to Track for constantly pushing the pace. Yeah, man, 100% is not late on the build. Well, that's the thing, dude. You definitely can't. I think if you're a Fire Druid player, they catch a lot of bad rap, like, you know, like they're just a late AFK build or something, but like they're really not. You have to, because duels can so quickly turn into real duels, right? Where people are repping to full, especially in these duels that allow some distance between the fighters. So the Fire Druid always has to keep that pressure on, right? Like always has to hit. And in this match in particular, I would expect Baloney Pony to back off a little bit. Why? Because his fire attacks aren't as fast. He can't cast anything down on top of his opponent like Track Amp can. So this totally makes sense that Track Amp is the aggressor here. But in any matchup, the Fire Druid has to keep that pressure up in some way, because if it turns into a real duel, they lose, right? They lose. It's basically just chip damage for the entire duel. How hard is it to fry the minions? What do you mean, with like the fire skills? Well, it's probably pretty tough, because you've either got to hit them with a big flame wave, which is, you know, takes some time to launch it, hit them with Apocalypse, or if you could try Ring of Fire, but could be a little risky. Getting up close to a Fire Druid in Armageddon range is never advised. But dude, honestly, I thought about putting together a and I might do this actually when I get some gear, is putting together a Chains Warlock that just goes, it's a Ring of Fire Chains hybrid, where like you do all your damage with chains, right? Just vicious, stupid, busted damage. But you get your locks with Ring of Fire, so when someone tries to get aggro with you, just Ring of Fire, like, you know, just push them out, Ring of Fire, and then it also stuns them, gives you the chance to get the chains lock and then just telly, like telly stomp. I'm like, that seems like it could be a build. Score here, I believe, is 2-0 in favor of tracking. Yeah, and just an update for the queue, it looks like Legalize might be a little out of commission. Unfortunately, man, he had a little bit of a setback with the internet there. So it looks like this is what it's looking like right now. We've got Baloney Pony and Track Amp going on right now. We've got Alpaca and Jits in the queue. And theoretically, first up, giving priority to Squigs v Gators. But it's basically these three matches. The one we're watching now, Squigs Gators, Alpaca Jits. That's it. That's the entire queue. Nobody else in it. Let me know if I've missed anybody, if anybody else should be in it. Gave Track Amp some reps with my Firelock. I got him low, but it was very hard to finish. Yeah. No shit, dude. Interesting. Interesting. I really love the fact that Baloney has thrown in, I can't say it enough, he's thrown in these chains, and I really think this is what the build was missing. Because before, what we saw Baloney Pony struggle with is just this damage of immediately clicking on your opponent and having something happen. There's just no skill that does that on a Firelock. No skill. They're all delayed. I mean, even Ring of Fire to some degree, even if it did any damage, which Ring of Fire doesn't really do a lot of damage, but even if it did, there's still kind of a little bit of a delay to it, right? You either have to telly stomp your opponent to immediately hit them, so there's 2 clicks, or like maybe they run into it, but it's like literally the fastest click damage fire skill, and it's still so slow. Yeah, it's too bad. They're nerfing that too. They're nerfing the skills that are good in PvP for the Warlock. They're nerfing those, and they're not touching the ones that are toxic as fuck, which it's too bad. Like the fire skills, they shouldn't have touched them. They should have actually made them more powerful, in my opinion. The only reason the Firelock was powerful in PvM, which is what everyone just... This is the problem, man. We got to take some time before we make these updates, right? Because people cry and complain, oh, this is so powerful, and I'm just destroying everything. It's because the Bind Demon skill was overpowered. You just bind a demon with conviction, which shouldn't even appear in normal, but they do, and you get them, and then the game's fucking easy. That was the reason why that Warlock was powerful. Now, granted, they still do ace the game up at, you know, through most of normal, but what the fuck is wrong with that, right? There's other builds to do that. The Sin does that. The fucking Din does that. Really, any build does that. Like, yeah, I think they're trying too hard to satisfy the PVM nerds, man. Just let it be, let it be. The only reason the Firelock was OP in PVM was because of the Bind Demon skill. I think they need to take it one step at a time with this update. It's clearly broken, the Warlock. Don't overreact. Bind Demon is the most broken skill. Let's fix that first, okay? One step at a time. Now, once we fix Bind Demon, we can see how powerful Abyss really is, right? That will start fucking tearing games up. Now we can focus on that one step at a time, right? That's how Diablo's always done it, but this patch, like they're biting off a ton of shit, and it's like too much at once. It's like it's too many changes to effectively gauge how any of them actually had any effect. It's just all collectively they've ruined the Warlock, you know, or ruined certain skills of the Warlock. Warlock is still going to be busted in PvP. Probably busted in PvM too. By the way, what's up, Primo? Apocalypse is great for PvP? Yeah, definitely is. Sorry, I already read that. But this is my first time streaming. I'm new. Please forgive me. I'm still learning. Yeah, redo the whole thing. Redo the whole thing. Yeah, noob streamer. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Still learning. Yeah. If we're gonna rework Mosaic, we can rework everything else Warlock related. Yeah, I agree. Like, if we're gonna rework, here's the thing about Bind Demon. You could easily fix Bind Demon by just not ever allowing it to, like, nothing like that works against a super unique monster or any unique monster. Literally nothing. Mind Blast doesn't work. Fear doesn't work. Nothing that affects a monster works on a super unique. Make it not work on a super unique. Make it, and I like the change of not allowing conviction and all of this shit. Don't allow those auras. Like, bind a demon, have it be pretty tanky, that's fine. Just, you can't take a fucking super unique monster. How have we not figured out that is what was most busted, right? Yep. Apocalypse is strong in PvP, but easily avoidable. Distance on the flame wave is wild. Nothing like it. Shit can hit from a screen away or more. Yes, that's pretty sick, but also super easy to avoid for the most part. Little harder to avoid than Apocalypse, but still, all of the problem with the Firelock is just the skills are too slow. Oh man, nice hits there from Baloney as he kites him in. I think that might have been a chains hit. There, and it was enough to put track amp into hit recovery animation. Are you seeing this right here, Primo? So Baloney Pony has thrown some spice into his Firelock build here. He's actually using chains, which is insane.
Is fun to kill in duels on bout. That's pretty much it.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, that's what it is, Turbo. It is fun to see a barb kill anything. But certainly a Warlock, that's for sure. Bro, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian coin tip. What is this, bro? That is huge. Big cheers, bro. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much. You just hate fun. Yeah, but then how are the weird Reddit dads gonna post their lols, look at this demon I caught? Oh my god. It's crazy, man. It really is. No. I had a dev reach out to me at one point just to ask about some of like the biggest pain points that were like easy to fix, basically. Oh my god, man, nice hits there. I think that might have been a chains kill. Mixing in chains here is so fucking GG. God, I love it. That is so good. Yeah, they have reached out to me about just like quick fixes about like, remember most recently, it was probably several months ago, but it was like, hey, give us like the top 5 like glitchy things, glitchy pain in the ass things. I forgot what I told them, and I can't remember now if they fixed them, but that was about it. Here's the thing though, I think Stadium PK said it perfectly. If they asked any of the PvP players for advice, they probably wouldn't get anything done. Because the PvP players usually know the game better than anybody else, usually. They know the mechanics, and they know all of the different builds, whether or not they've played them. They know how miserable they are to play against. They know what their strengths are, and they just have this, like, if you PvP a lot, you just have this holistic understanding of the classes that most players don't. Most players who play PvM laser focus in on like 2 or maybe 3 classes that they like really understand, and the rest of them they might have dabbled in. But PvP players, even if you fully play a druid, let's say you only play a druid, you will duel all the other classes. You will have experience with them. You will know what their powers are, what, you know, what's miserable, what's not, what's crazy powerful, what's weak. You just have this holistic understanding more than most people. Yeah, 2-1. Yep. Jam it. We might be able to work 2 duels in there too, Jits. If y'all are ready to throw down, we might be able to work in 2. I like the use of chain. I just wonder how much damage he's doing with it. I was kind of wondering the same thing here too. Like, we haven't, I don't think, seen a real clean hit with it. I actually have missed crossbow on Switch with mirrored blades because you only need a few points to give 5 attacks with Hexbane. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, if you are going to make a bow warlock, I think they are kind of underrated right now. But the way to do that is to focus on the banes, right? I think you can stack those because you can shoot five shots and like all of the banes stack, and they also do that like multiplicative damage, which gets fucked by which gets thrown through the roof with mastery. I think a bow warlock is actually kind of cool. Might have some potential. Yeah, this matchup is extremely interesting. It's the first one I think we've ever seen, Firelock versus Fire Druid. Yeah, let's run it, dude. Let's run it. Let's run it, Jits. We'll pop in. We'll bounce back and forth between the 2. Let's friggin' jam. Jits versus Alpaca. This is a fresh round right here, so we'll pop back in. Dude, hell yeah. Alright, boys. We are now checking this out from Jits' perspective. And just to give you the heads up, just to give you some history of Mr. Jits here. Jits has long been renowned as the best charger in HLD. An important distinction between that and LLD, because I believe there's another top LLD charger. But we're not here to split straws. This guy, you're going to see the movement, the accuracy, the speed, the violence of this Din. The way that he uses charge is very different than most people. He uses it not only offensively as he grabs that name lock from off screen there and jams it, but he'll also use it defensively. He'll charge around, making it very difficult for his opponent to get a name lock on him. Jits just got some incredible smites in there. Beautiful chain from Jits here, too. What is this? Holy shit. Jits coming off the charge a little bit. I gotta say, I gave him a lot of credit for this charge, but it looks as though Jits has also been working on these nasty chain locks. So we had a little bit of a rule for this matchup right here, which was that Alpaca was limited at 35% block. Now, originally, you might think like, wow, that's a bit much going up against a savage charger like Jits. But truthfully, especially now seeing that Jits is on Smite, he's really coming in on these chains here. I think that that's just saving Alpaca from himself. You know, you gotta, don't be committing to the block here, just be spam and jam. That's what it is. spam and jam. It is very, very hard, I think, for Dins to get in there and land any profitable damage. Especially, look at that. Big hits! Jan was slain by lag. Obviously, those are invisible hits. Yeah, see, there it is, man. You get hit, you get KO'd by that big necro damage, man. That magic damage is insane. Yeah, killing mobs is not a great metric for how powerful something in the game is. If you consider that, you deal with 100% damage to them versus PvP 1/6. Right. Yeah, I think it's a great way to look at it. I think that is something that isn't really understood in the Diablo community very well, or it hasn't been historically by the devs either. And that is that not all skills were originally intended for PvM either. And when you realize that, everything starts to make sense. You start to look at the game differently when you realize that. When you realize that PvP at one point was literally the only end game, that was literally it. And you realize that patches were made to balance PvP. When you realize that that's how some of these things were set up and some of these skills were adjusted. Sure, not all of it was for PvP, but a lot of it was. Then you realize, oh, not everything was originally intended for PvP. Or, I mean, I'm sorry, for PvM. I get it now, right? Like, it's like a veil gets lifted. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Bone Spear does make more sense that it's actually a single target player based. Like, not meant to do ass tons of damage to a boss, but magic damage was meant for players. It makes sense. Like, holy shit. That's... wow. The always hit mechanic with the smite. It all makes sense. Like, you know, these things, that's actually good in PvM too, but like, you don't go slaying mobs with it. It's very single target, right? Like, yeah, but either way, point is, when you realize that, it's like, oh, now you have a different respect for the game. Or even if you don't want to design around it as a dev, you can be like, oh, I get it. We got to be cautious with the changes, right? Like, we get it. We don't have to fuck with too much on that end. I think change is for damage, changes for damage at all, just FHR proc, so flame kills have time to hit. Would allowing a level 1 Abyss be too strong for the Warlock? Yes. Yep. Yeah, it would be. There's a lot of people that ask about this. Here's the thing. We will never limit how many points you can put into a skill in the DFC. So therefore, something is either banned or it isn't. Simple as that. Never checking people's fucking builds ever to see how many points they put in shit. No. Something is either banned or it isn't. Even with 1 point Abyss though, even if that was a thing, right? Like, you could still increase the area that it sucks your opponent in. The fact that it does any damage is insane. You could still max out all the synergies, and the fact that it does any damage is insane. So like, totally CCs your opponent, sucks them in from a mile away, and does ass tons of damage. Even with 1 point, if that thing did 500 damage, it would be too much. Thing just needs to do 0. Just needs to be true. Just needs to be 0. Untrue in LLD? Oh, I suppose, yeah, that's true. That's true. LLD is different. Here's how the LLD rule list started. We had what I would consider a pretty cool list, a pretty cool LLD list. But LLD players are very picky, right? So they don't want to switch builds and learn different things for different rule sets. So what we did was we actually, I think, took the list that Chum made, which was like, or Chum approved, either way. Like, there was a commonly accepted good rule list in LLD, and just adopted it in full. No questions asked, just so that we could get some LLD going. And we haven't really revisited much of it since. Just, I don't even think I'm not even sure if we've made a single rule change. So yeah, so some of those like dodge, avoid, evade for the Zons are limited. We just kind of accepted that. There it is. There it is. Accidental town, and he made him pay for it. Got him. 0 awareness, lol. No worries, man. It happens. It happens. And it's gonna get better with the patch. What do you mean, Botosaurus? I missed something. I'm a little behind. My bad. Leap, Mind Blast, and now Abyss continues those two with massive damage. Yeah, that's what it is. So, like, think about all the skills. When Max originally said that, he was the person that put the idea in my head that Abyss should do no damage. And at first I was like, nah. But then I thought about it and I'm like, yeah. And for that exact example, what you're talking about, Mind Blast, that shouldn't do any damage. It does a tiny bit. But even that is just too fucking much, right? Like, it's something you then have to worry about because it can be spammed. Abyss is a little different. It can't be spammed, but it's like Leap. It's like Mind Blast. It's massive CC with huge AoE on it. And it's like, that's good enough in PvP. Just hitting someone with Abyss and, like, CCing them should be good enough. Like, there are skills that cap out at just doing CC and, massive stun. That's what their point is. And this one just also does hammer damage. So when I heard that, I thought about it. I was like, God damn it, you're right. They could actually just fix the skill by making it do no damage. They could keep chains and everything else for miasma damage the exact way that it is. Make Abyss do no damage. And I bet miasma builds would still be good in the end game. I bet they would actually be a build that they push ladder with. That like Abyss lock, that locks push ladder with. Would guarantee. Yeah, way worse CC than Mind Blast or Leap though. Yeah, true. It sucks you in. It's so bad. Yeah, it's like, it's weird, man. Now, granted, that being the case, if they did that, I would actually be in favor of them increasing the range of Abyss. Hear me out. Flat range increase. Make it so that when someone puts on the Void weapon, like a Din puts it on, they can also use Abyss. And they can also CC people. I think it's a really cool strategy. It's a really, like, nice 1-2 hit combo in PvP and otherwise. But it needs to do no damage. It needs to do no damage, and it needs to have a way bigger radius. The Warlock could make the radius even bigger, right? Just imagine how fucking nasty that would be. In PVM even, you set up a chain, right? You just do your chain lock, miasma chain, right? Set up a couple of those. Then, as a Warlock, you hit Abyss and it sucks the entire screen in. Why does he need to do any damage? Suck him into the chains. There you go. It's over. GG, nice combo. Chains, Abyss, room dead. Chain, Abyss, room dead. Or not, yeah, like, that's actually pretty cool, you know? Like, that's kind of a technically possible right now, too. You know, to a smaller degree. But I think that's how they gotta do it. I think that would be a perfect fix to Abyss. It would be good in PVM, and also fair in PvP. It would just be massive CC, but that's fine. It's better than massive CC and hammer damage. Like, it's like, currently Abyss is like getting hit with a Mind Blast and then 2 hammers behind it. Like, Mind Blast, hammer, hammer. Oh, okay, I'm out. Oh, thank God. That took seconds. That took a split second and I'm dead. It sounds like a D3 build, no bin. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it could be good. I'd be more in favor of that, even if you have to hit him with like multiple chains. So you like Abyss the room, pixel the room into like chains, and it has to hit them like a couple of times. Then it kills the room. Bro, that's actually kind of a cool build. Still worthy of pushing the ladder. I think it would still be powerful, and it would also just, it would fix it in PvP. Things would be fixed. Now, that being the case, I still agree with you, Primo. If Warlock, then delete. I don't like the class being in D2 at all. But if it's gonna be here, and we're gonna talk about balancing it, if we can't, if Warlock, then delete, then all right. Like, let's talk about balance. Oh yeah, someone definitely is Botosaurus. But yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good, man. Like, have it do 0 damage, have all of the other miasma skills do all of the damage, and then things change real quick. All right, we're gonna check this out from Alpaca's point of view here. Here's on the Necro. Jit's made some swaps over here. He made some swaps on his weapon, and he might be trying to go in and get more charges here. He might be trying to go in and get some more charges. Might be trying to land those charges, get some nice upcharging going. It is a little risky, it being the savage charger den that Jits is. The problem is that when you charge around the map versus something like a Necro, you're just kind of opening yourself up. Oh man, nice spears there. Alpaca landing spears. I mean, what is Alpaca doing beating on Dins? Don't worry, we're gonna go back and check the tapes, Jits. We're gonna be taking a real close look at this guy. Making sure he didn't use any hacks there. On friggin' Necros beating up Dins. This friggin' guy. Alright, sorry, let's kick back over to Baloney Pony Track Camp. My bad, dude, I didn't mean to cut away for that for so long. Holy shit. Then we've got Gators versus Squigs for the title. This, last I knew, the score was 2-1. I'm not sure about the status of this round. We did just watch an entire duel in the middle of this one, so that's good. Clean up the queue a little bit. I'm glad we actually didn't miss this. Oh, look at this! He's actually got Miasma Bolt here, too. We've tuned into Baloney Pony's point of view, and he's using Miasma Bolt. I actually really love this setup. I love it. And the thing is, these things exist in the same skill tab. So if he has Chaos Skillers, he gets a bonus to his Abyss skills, like or his, not Abyss skills, but his Miasma skills and his Fire skills. They're all Chaos skills. That's so crazy. That is such synergy, man. No power. Shit, sorry to hear about that AF50. That sucks, man. I hate that. That's what I want to know, Javito. Where is this guy? The real question is, why are all of Javito's opponents dodging him lately? I think that says something, man. It's like, you know, those big chess players where they don't want to play the really good people that might not be as well known or ranked as them, but they know that they're fucking savages. I wonder if that's the Javito effect. That's the difference is, man. Javito is indeed a recognized savage. People are figuring it out. People are figuring you out, Javito. They're getting fucking scared. They saw that Barb versus Necro matchup last week, and they realized their shitting pants were 2 sizes too small. Yeah, I would guess maybe Jess is busy with something. It sucks. I would love to see that duel on stream, but if we miss it, is what it is. Sucks, but is what it is. See if you can connect with him like this weekend. I really love that duel. I actually think that people are gonna call me crazy for this. I think you have a shot. Like, I think you can beat Toshank. I think it's possible. And it's an epic duel. And bro, holy shit, it's gonna be wild either way. It's gonna be wild. But if you can't get a hold of him, if he dodges, just let me know. We'll count it as a win for you. First Muchez, now Jess, is there no one else? Yeah, I figure he's probably busy. I figure he's probably busy. Just like Muchez, when I see him not show up, it's unlike him. Like, even if he doesn't want to duel someone, he'll usually just tell him to fuck off and he doesn't want to duel him. So if he doesn't show up, usually something happened. Bros, this is crazy. I didn't even notice the miasma bolts. I wonder if that was what Track Amp had gotten hit with a couple of times in those rounds. Like, he got hit with some like weird projectiles coming in that seemed like it wasn't a chain, it didn't hit hard enough to be an apocalypse. I was like, what the hell did he get hit with up close? And I'm wondering if it was those bolts. Yeah, 100%, man. Warlock is pretty action-packed. Like, there's always something going on. Look at this, man. Track Amp in a little bit of trouble here. Track Amp is going in, and he has an interesting challenge here. He is usually when a fire druid duels an opponent who likes to stay at range, they usually have an attack that gives them a window for the fire druid to cast Volcano under them or something, right? But with the way that Baloney Pony's build is set up here, the way that with this dueling strategy, this setup, he can kind of ambush Track Amp as he comes in, and it's like guerrilla warfare. He doesn't have to kick around too much. He can kind of set these traps and not give Track Amp too big of a window to actually get that name lock and cast a cannon, which is interesting. That makes for a very weird range that Track Amp probably isn't used to addressing people at, right? Like, kind of chasing, but also not, right? Like, being careful not to chase into chains or apocalypse, but like looking to possibly even set up volcanoes or fissures ahead of where Baloney Pony's going to be, which is strange for a fire druid to do, right? Very rare does situations pop up where they're doing that. But I think that's what Track Amp's answer is here, is he's got to set up something to kind of get in front of Baloney Pony a little bit. That being said, I was going to say he's doing a great job. I think that was exactly what he did right there with a Fisher. But, you know, he just set it up in front of him and said, all right, I know where you're going. And that was it, man. There it is. GG's. Track Amp gets there, man. Holy shit. Yeah, I absolutely love this Baloney Pony build. This makes me want to theory craft with this Warlock even more. Like, the hybrid Abyss or the hybrid Miasma damage and fire damage, that is wild. That is something right there. I absolutely love it. This guy's showing off some gear here. I love it. And look at this. He's got a Ars Duels Mephistos, the magic damage one. Oh, wow. He must have gone in big on these Miasma skills. He must have gone in semi-big. Semi-serious commitment on that. Because he's using the Mephisto book now instead of the Balos one, which is going to help with his fire damage. Or, yeah, I think Balos or Diablos, whichever one the fire damage is. But either way, yeah, that's big. Yep, maxed chains and bolt. Fuck yeah! This build is sick. He's got the fire damage and the magic damage. That is a really nice hybrid. That is, it sort of brings it in line with the fire druid. Because the fire druid, the reason it was so powerful, and I think Baloney noticed this, is because it did physical and fire damage. And now, he is forcing his opponent to stack up fire and magic resistance, which is very hard to do. It's gonna happen in the boot slot, right? You gotta choose one or the other. And damn, that is wild. That is a rich combination right there. I love it. Yeah, 100% predicting she. That's what he's doing, man. Holy shit, that was sick. Great duel, and thank you for showing off this gear. Thank you for explaining this build. This is something right here. Gets me fired right up, Baloney. That was wild. All right, boys, we have got Gators versus the Squigs. Looks like these guys are throwing down for the title of DFC HLD champion. These guys are doing it back and forth. I think they're going to do a mirror match. We are tuning in to Go Gators' point of view. Let's see how this one goes. This is, oh yeah, this is Wind Druid versus Necro. This is going to be a mirror match. Full mirror right here. And may the best man win, they say. Squigs, the current HLD champion. But does he have what it takes? Oh man, nice shots there. Gators piecing up Squigs here with some beautiful spears. They say the Druid, the Wind Druid, has the advantage in this matchup. But I don't know. These guys did agree to sort of a modified rule set here where they're doing 13 spirit, none of the horse shit as they call it with the new items and all that. But honestly, I think the new items make this duel pretty damn fair. Possibly tilted slightly in favor of Necro, but you never know. Who knows, really? It's just vicious damage when you hit him, but it is hard to hit a Druid through pets, especially if you get a Savage player like Squigs or Gators or whatnot. It's hard to hit him. But so far, Squigs has connected here. He's landed some shots. Hard to tell what his life total is. We're probably not going to get a lot of name locks here from Go Gators. He's trying to set these up, opportunistically grab a name lock, but it will be usually of the pets. Oh, look at that. We get a little bit of one there. Looks like Squigs is at about half life. Uh-oh, and there it is. Beautiful stomp from Squigs there, and down goes Gators. Holy shit. What a round, boys. Who's going to take it? Let's find out. Riz v Serenity also added to the queue. You guys are up next. Big damage from the champion here as Squigs gets in there, lands some vicious nados. This is huge right here. This match has happened in the past. We've talked about the love triangle of the dominant HLD division that's going on right now. We've got Go Gators, we've got Squigs, and we've got Polytheist. And these guys continually pass the title back and forth in recent history is how it seems, with Polytheist being felled by Squigs, but Squigs being felled by Gators. And then to bring it full circle, Polytheist beating Go Gators. It's been a vicious back and forth passing of the title between these guys, and Squigs is going to try to break the chains, break the patterns tonight by taking out an absolute legend in Go Gators. But Go Gators is notorious. This guy, long legend of this game, came in and dominated one of the longest reigns. He actually tied Vamp the Champ for consecutive title defenses back in the day during his reign at the top. He's also very decorated, very skilled in all these FPK matchups, but especially on Druid, which is what we're going to see him on next as he evens up the score. 1-1 between these guys. Now, Squig's always been a smart player, and now that his mechanical skills is dialed in, he's underrated. Yeah, see, that's the thing. In my book, Squigs has not been underrated in a very long time. I think probably in a lot of people's books, he might still be. But let me tell you, dude, from someone who's watched this guy duel for every week for such a long time now, there are certain players right now that I think other people underestimate him. This guy don't, right? Squigs is one of them. Javito is one of them. I think people underestimate Javito a lot. But as someone that sees him duel all the fucking time, I have felt the wrath of Javito. I felt the wrath of Squigs. These guys feel like the top tier duelers, right? You just know when you duel them. They feel. That is Squigs right there. That's when you duel him. That's what it feels like. He's got that cadence. He's got that timing. But yeah, I think you're right. Long way to say. You're probably right. I think there are a lot of people that underestimate Squigs. Wrongfully so. He is. He definitely is. We're gonna see though. They're gonna swap it out. They're doing a mirror bota. And so far it's 1-1. It's actually 1-1 right now. Squigs got the first round. They're going in for round 2, round 3 actually. It is tied up between these guys now, 1-1. Tis a tie game. It's a wild one. I stand corrected, yeah. Yeah, it's nuts. It was a pretty dominant one-sided one in the first round there. Squigs just coming right in. But the thing is, you can't underestimate Gators. You're totally right about that. Gators is one of those OG players that as he continues to duel you, he'll learn your style and your patterns, and he'll adapt his accordingly. And he does that at the highest level. You know, he has, just like we saw with Punch earlier, how he's so easily able to adapt his barb play and his barb skills, tactics to trick you, right? Gators is one of those guys that will do that on nearly any build. Certainly the druid, he's really good at it on that. But you can see from his necro gameplay here too, he's definitely got that down pat. Oh, nice shots there from Gators. I don't think that one connected. Now Squigs is struggling to get an angle here, and this is what I mean. Gators has effectively figured out the cadence of Squigs here, and Squigs is just gonna have to mix it up. He's gonna have to mix it up because at this point, if he can keep Gators guessing, that's all he needs. He'll land the NATOs. You just got to keep him guessing whether it's going to be an undercut, whether it's going to be a stomp, whether it's going to be a double telly. Just come in fucking random with, you ain't even going to know which one you're going to do till last second. And that's how you got to trick Gators. Like, you can't let him know, you know? You can't even know what you're going to do but seconds before it happens, you know? Nice shots there again from Gators. Oh, you were just thinking that too, Turbo. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, there's certain people who are masters at their craft. And Gators is one of those, I think, on probably Necro and Druid. But Punch is definitely the guy on Barb, right? And you can see it. Like, it's as much of a mind game as it is anything else. Just really, really top-tier mind games. Nice cut there from Squigs. Doesn't profit from it, but that was an incredible cut. That's what he's got to do. Oh, and Gators goes in for the stomp. Holy shit! Gets there with a beautiful spear. I can't believe he went for that stomp. That was a risky stomp. I was literally having flashbacks of Dio when people try that with him. I was like, dude, be up NATOing right now, Squigs, and you have got this. He wasn't, though. You weren't. He weren't. Yeah, that was insane. Ballsy play from Gators, who was at very low life in that exchange. That stomp very easily could have not gone his way. Risk it for the biscuit. What's up, Shirley? You got to do it sometimes. Ooh, that fucking bone spirit just connected. You can hear it. That is not a good start for Squigs right there. And he catches a spear. This is a stressful one, boys. Gators is looking clean now in these exchanges. You notice that this is such high-level gameplay here. We're watching Gators, and you'll see him every time Squigs approaches him. You start to see him walking, right, or running. He'll run downwards. He'll run to the side. He'll kind of be very hard to stomp. That's the point of him doing that, right? He's walking down. They call it south-walking. And it's when your opponent is coming in, especially in this matchup, and they're going to stomp you, right? They're going to stomp you and throw a NATO on top of you. That's their game plan. Nice cut there from Squigs. So if you south walk, it makes it harder for your opponent to do that. When they telly stomp, you're already out of the way. Yeah, and then on top of that, though, you got to follow it up exactly with an up spear. You got to get that name lock after, and that is what Gators is so good at, man. Beautiful hits there from Squigs. Now Gators is in trouble. Gators is one NATO. But Squigs has to be careful. Oh, look at this. Look at that spear train, dude. He's spear training it. They call that one the Coooley special. At least one person on the... Some people on the internet call that the Coooley special. Wisely not stomping here with that name lock, though. Yeah, I don't know. At least some people on the internet. No, it was many, many moons ago in the DFC. I can't even remember who I was talking about. I think I was talking with Ted. And he was... Yeah, it was with Ted. I was... And he saw me fucking just chucking spears in a random direction. And he was like, what the fuck are you doing? And then my opponent stomps me, and I teleported right into the spear and shot another one and fucking KO'd him. I was like, that's called a spear train, the Coooley special. He fucking laughed, and he was like, dude, that's the nastiest thing I've ever seen. So at least one person has called it the Coooley special. At least one, therefore the word some applies. Beautiful shots there from Go Gators. Unfortunately, doesn't land any. But he's always looking for that name lock as he comes in. Both of these guys are extremely low. Probably one hit from the other. Another thing that Squigs could do here is he's sped up the pace of the duel here, but he could actually just NATO downwind. He could throw some downwind NATOs to sort of... You see these spirit trains? The answer to those is usually a downwind NATO, and that's what it looks like he's setting up here. There it is, some downwind NATOs. I told you, boys. High level shit right here. He's trying to change the pace of the duel. That's what Squigs is doing right now. He's trying to change the pace of the duel to catch Gators off guard. He's throwing downwind NATOs. And then you watch, when Gators least expects it, when he gets used to that, Squigs is going to stomp him. That's incredible. That's exactly what you have to do against someone like Gators. You have to try to dictate the pace of the fight, and that's exactly what Squigs is doing right now. He's dictating the pace with downwind NATOs. Notice this, he's coming in, he's not stomping, he's trying to get Gators in this pattern where he doesn't expect the stomp. Ooh, man, that NATO was so close. Actually, that skimmed off his bone armor right there. He's going for that spear train. That's going to be his answer. He's going for that spear train. South walking only slightly different than crib walking. The Coooley special, he doesn't have a bow. True, yeah. Yep, sped up the pace, LOL. Listen here, Shirley. Look, I had never seen anybody, even elite, I had never seen him spear train before. Alright? As far as I'm concerned, I'm a founding father of the spear train. Let me tell you something. It wouldn't be the first time that I've done something fucking stupid that's caught on. The Widowmaker, right? Last week, y'all saw, or the last couple of weeks, y'all saw the Coooley cheese with the bone wall versus barbs. Guess what fucking Necros are doing versus barbs now? I saw a video the other day. Necro bone walling and sitting next to it versus a barb. I was like, I'm so proud. Look, I didn't get put on meme tier by Fino for nothing. Meme tier, you might... it only sounds bad, but tier 2 is a number. Meme is a word. LOL. Why did Elite heal in a duel? Because he didn't see that well. Caddy. Love it. Yeah, I think he got banned for scamming. Yeah. He hasn't made the best choices. But putting me at meme tier was definitely good. I believe, I'm assuming that's the best tier. I was the only one on it, so Pretty good. Pretty good. Holy shit, man. And down goes Squigs.
Good day.
Now 2-1 in favor of Gators. Or is it? Is it 3-1? It might have been 3-1, actually. Yeah, they're swapping it up. It's 3-1. All right, so at this point, what needs to happen here? Well, Squigs needs to win this duel. If he loses twice, it's over. His train don't stop there no more. If he loses twice, it is over. He needs to win the entire thing. He can lose once, and he could hope to tie. And if he ties, he wins. That is the champ advantage of the DFC. If you don't beat the champ, you can't be the champ. Nice hits there from Squigs, or nice trains, I should say. And here it is. Now we are seeing Gators on the build that made him famous here, the Wind Druid. And you are going to see a whole nother level of player on this thing. You thought he was okay on the Necro, all right? This guy is an absolute phenom on the Druid. So, that being the case, if Squigs wins this, he definitely deserves it. This is Squigs' best character versus Go Gators' best character. Squigs on the build that made him famous. Go Gators on the one that made him famous. This is what it comes down to. Oh, beautiful shots from Squigs. You guys are up next, Serenity. Right after this one, you guys are up next. Holy shit, man. What a duel. Nice stomp there from Gators. Gets the name lock and down goes Squigs. Beautiful stomp. Damn, son. Yeah, merciless. A great way to put it. Absolutely merciless fucking pressure. Shirley versus Bruno for top mod. All right, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. Shirley has to play a melee character. Primo's been DQ'd. Smart move. Smart move. Oh, that's right. I can hook you up, Shirley. I can hook you up. I got you. All right, here we go, man. Big hits from both of these guys, or small hits from both of these guys to start the round off. But look at this, man. Literal off-screen stomps here. Just Go Gators coming in, CTing some of these stomps. Look at this shit, man. That is... I love that word. I love that word, Bada. It's a merciless pressure. Squigs in trouble early. Holy shit, what a nail biter. Nice here. That's some amazing pressure. Look at this. Keeping that name lock. And he's so quick at it. When Gators closes the distance on you, he's got that name lock, man. He's just going for it immediately. Such an incredible Druid player. Very, very tough to navigate how to duel this guy in a Druid. Rohin versus aka Elite Smurf. Dude, I talked to him about DFC 200, and he no longer turned down coming back to the DFC because of being busy. I think he might make a triumphant return someday, and I await the day. Guy is a savage, man. Elite, vamp the champ. I think he might be one of my favorite duelers of all time. Yeah, that would be wild, Odin, right? I would so be ready for it. He's dueling Gators right after for DVN Finals. No shit. DFC unofficial champ belt. Holy shit! Yo, that would be sick, man. Are they streaming that somewhere? We might have to take a peek after we see Serenity. We might have to snipe it. And there it is! The new DFC champion, Go Gators, has made it. Just like that. Unbelievable, man. And the cycle continues. The cycle continues. That was crazy. Absolute savage beatdown. And thing is, Squigs is an incredible player. This is the guy that makes beating all other champions look easy, right? Makes it look easy. But Go Gators, for whatever reason, is basically the only one so far that Squigs struggles with, right? Struggles to figure out the pattern. He had a second shot this time, was looking really good. I think that actually went better than his first duel there. So he might be learning. He might be learning the ways of Gator a little bit here. He might be taking some notes, but damn, Go Gators has marked his territory once again at the top. And damn, let me know if those guys are streaming that anywhere. Elite versus Gators, because we might have to pop in and we might have to steal it. We might have to see how that one's going. Respect his authority. Exactly, man. Holy shit. Go Gators back at the top. We've got a turnaround of 2 new champs tonight. We've got Go Gators in HLD. We've got Nimrod in LLD. And this guy, Nimrod, now holding... no, I'm sorry. I was going to say he was holding 2 titles. He's not currently. But, yeah, still, in recent history, he's held 2 titles. Melee and LLD. What the fuck, dude? It's crazy. What a time it is to be alive. What about Coooley? Also kind of a good guy. In retrospect, that was... who was that? Tempest ult. He's a Magic the Gathering boy, you know. It's hard to hate him. Serenity does indeed need to do his stat points. He has 2k life. He's probably sandbagging him, waiting to see what his opponent's showing up with here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, he's ready to jam, ready to slam, and as a wise man once said, ready to Alabama. This guy's super tricky. He is going up against, Serenity is going up against Riz in a Din v Sin showdown, or it could be Din as well. Yeah. Oh, it's Hammer versus VT. Okay, cool. This is Din v Din. Okay, this is probably what Riz was really waiting for. There was a time, Riz, the last time he played on the Din, poor guy, went up against Crypto Ninja, and that is the type of guy right there that when you go Din v Din versus someone, especially if you're really used to the traditional Din v Din, Crypto Ninja, worst Din to go up against. He's so wild, off the wall, skillful, and a wild build. Like, it is something you can't prepare for. You have to specifically duel him. Yeah, it's crazy. But this time, I think this is going to be more of the traditional Smite versus Hammer that, or VT versus Hammer that we usually see in a Din v Din matchup. Yeah, this is going to be nuts, though. I'm excited for it, man. Yeah, Riz not on Sin. He's going for Din tonight, man. He's going for Din tonight. I can't wait. Here it is, man. Coming in on that Matrix. I love that name. Yep, this is going to be nuts. Riz is a savage. Serenity's a savage. Serenity certainly has more experience in Din v Din here, which is, you know, I know Riz was probably looking for some Din matchups. I'm happy that he chose this because it's gonna be a big challenge. But he also has the capability of playing on Sin, so we gave him that option too. I think it's pretty fair matchup between these two players on Sin v Din. Fucking Serenity's a savage, Riz is a savage, and they're both masters of their craft. But a win over Serenity here would actually be a very big Din v Din win for Riz. It would be a huge statement for his Din v Din skills. Now, that being said, I don't expect that. If I was a betting man, Din v Din, I would bet on Serenity. But not because Riz isn't a savage player, but just because Serenity has a lot of experience in Din v Din. But we don't know exactly how much Riz has. We just haven't seen it. You know what I mean? He could be sandbagging here. He could actually be. When he dueled Crypto, he looked really good. His undercuts, his stomps, his chains, all of that aggression from his Sin play carried through to Din play very well. And he was even good with combos. Like, there was a lot of good tricks in Riz's sleeve.
Riz got that dog in him.
You goddamn right he does, man. Holy shit. Bada, thank you so much, man, for the 2026 signature dono. Bro, thank you so much for that, brother. I appreciate that. Holy shit. Big cheers. We got the straight gas tonight, man. Straight lemon juice, as always. I might have to do a refill for that. You know, maybe I will while these guys get set up here. We got a special cheers, so I want you guys to get your tips ready here. Get ready to tip them back for the tax man, a.k.a. the Botosaurus. All right, boys. I'll BRB. We're going to jam it. We're going to slam it. We're going to get ready. We've got to re-up on this. We've got to do it right. We got to have our drinks ready. Let's freaking jam. All right, we back. We back. We made it. And I don't know if any of y'all will be surprised, but some of you might be, all right? We're just going to bust out the whole thing. We're just going to bust out the whole... Just gonna bring the whole lemon juice right to the table here. I mean, why not, right? It's getting low. Color me uninspired. My tits are ready. Fucking tits. Hell yeah, dude. No, this is just straight lemon juice. This is actually so good for you, dude. It has... I'm not opposed to drinking alcohol, but, like, this has taken the place of whiskey for me. It's got that bite. It's got that dog in it. Like the man we should be tipping him back to right now, the Bada himself. It's got that dog. But also, dude, I guess, like, having constant, like, borderline fucking battery acid flowing through your veins. First of all, your organs love it, I guess. But also, it makes it hard for any disease to fucking form. It's crazy.
No way, you're just mainlining straight lemon juice.
Dude, I'm telling you, Bada, this is... Look, switch to this and thank me later. You gotta get one of these right here. And you gotta pop the top off this, right? They come with this little thing because you're supposed to squirt it into drinks and shit. And it inhibits the flow. You gotta fucking rip that out, dude, and then just pound it. It is, I'm telling you, thank me later. Your health will, you remember those times I was getting sick all the time every 2 fucking weeks? Haven't been sick in fucking 82 years now. I don't even remember, like, probably 81, but, like, still. Bro, big cheers again, holy shit. Oh my god, dude, big tap there. And down goes Riz, gets caught on that puddle, and smited to death. With the tap, that was such a death sentence. Oh my god. Dude, big cheers again, another 2026 dono, man. What is this, Bada? Big cheers, dude. Yeah. No, dude, I've been drinking straight lemon juice for like years now. At least a year, I should say. Like, it's just good, and it's like super good for you, come to find out. The only reason I started drinking it was because I got like a kidney stone once, and I was like, oh, it hurts so bad. And like, apparently you can completely dissolve it just by drinking straight fucking gas. Like, so that's all I did. And then I was like, dude, this is kind of good. Like, this is kind of fucking dope. And then I heard that, like, apparently there's a ton of other health benefits for it. So I just kept it up. Oh my god, nice hits there from Riz. It's now 1-1 between these guys. It's got that same bite, though. Just like, you know when you drink bourbon and it kind of bites you back? That's exactly what lemon juice does. Like, it has that bite to it. Yep. Rip out the squirter and pound it. Understood. Yeah, Shirley's taking the right notes. He's taking the right notes. He's got that dog in him, the Costco hot dog. Hey, look. Ain't nothing wrong with those. Yeah, kidney stone's no fun, dude. Yep, but apparently your kidneys love lemon juice. Like, everything, every organ in your body loves lemon juice. It is very, like, acidic and like, pretty... It might take some... It's like, might be an acquired taste, alright? But your body loves it. And I'm like, so wait a minute. There's something that bites like bourbon and your body loves it? I've just never looked back. Oh, yeah. Sometimes you gotta switch it. I make this mistake all the time, too, Bada. I don't switch it to live chat. It defaults to top chat, which is so stupid. Yeah, enamel be damned. Yeah, fuck it. Yep, fuck it, dude. Just don't let it hit your teeth. Just fucking... Just gulp it right down, you know? You don't want to swish it around like you do with whiskey. Oh, shit. Nice. Oh, my God. Close round there. Riz almost had that one. It's now 2-1 in favor of Serenity here. But that was actually a very close round. Yep, still top tier blood work every doc visit. Yeah, I told my doctor the last time I went to see her. She's like, have you picked up any habits? And I was like, yeah, I've been drinking fucking shit tons of lemon juice every day. She like had to Google it and shit. She was like checking if there was an unsafe amount to drink. And she's like, well, I guess you're fine. She's like, drink. She's like, I was wondering if there was an unsafe amount, but it doesn't appear as though there is. And she's like, it's actually very good for you. So she's like, yeah, well, jam it. Yeah, Serenity versus Punch win? That'd be sick. That'd be sick. I honestly think Serenity might win that, but I don't know. It would be a duel. Ooh. Dude, look at this. Serenity is so keen on where those hammers are. He's being very patient. In this duel right here, VT versus Hammer, it's a, I think, a very fun duel. The VT has to be super patient, right? Has to always be ready with the smite. Has to always be ready on the up smite in the rare event that the Hammered In goes in and tries to stomp. But the Hammered In needs to remain both mobile and unpredictable, right? So, like, you don't want to just get pieced up by FOH from the outside, so you have to sometimes present that stomp, right? Have to keep them guessing so they don't get too comfortable with FOH. But then you also have to keep telling and not stomping it and throwing hammers near them, right? Like underneath, cut them, go to the side, right? Make it so that they're always guessing as to whether or not you're going to stomp. They're always ready at close range for you to stomp. But then if you just never do, you want to make it so that they are not ready and they're always expecting that you're going to stomp even though you don't. You want to be throwing hammers at kind of close range, not on top of them, and they're not FOHing. They're fearful of the FOH. That's what you want. Yeah, 3-1. Holy shit. Yeah, use a straw. It's actually a good idea. Oh, you don't like apple cider vinegar, dude? I one of my favorite snacks is to dice up some cucumbers, like, and then put them in a bowl of apple cider vinegar like it's a fucking bowl of cereal. And then just take a fork and fucking jam it, dude. Like, you just got the apple cider vinegar with like a whole not diced up, but like sliced up cucumber. And then you just fucking eat those and you're dunking them in the fucking apple cider vinegar like it's cereal. It's dope. Straight gas, man. Acidic shit. Or is vinegar basic? I don't know if is it? I don't know. I can't tell. It's either, I think it's basic. Isn't vinegar basic? It's not an acid, it's a base. I don't know. Oh my god, nice chains here from Serenity. And now Riz is in trouble, but look at this. This hammer field here is good, but unfortunately he's been cracked with a few smites. So now the FOH is a bit, yeah, it's a bit forceful. That's gonna basically, Serenity is trying to force a stomp here by showing the FOH. Showing that FOH, letting him know he's ready. Right, but every time he comes in, look at this. He's looking for that. He's keeping his smite up. He's trying to do that up smite. But this is actually a good spot. That's actually a good spot for Riz. Oh, nice hits from Riz. Because that allows Riz to just stay on the outside like what he's doing here. This is very nice gameplay here from Riz. Oh, man, and he cracks him with the smite again. Holy shit. God, Serenity is so wild, man. God, he's so wild. G fucking G. That is insane. Too good of a din, man. Vinegar is an acid. All right, thanks, Kyle. I forgot which one it was. No interactive command where you can only interact with pets, characters, NPCs, but no TP's den. That'd be sick. That'd be sick. I don't have those connects anymore. I got banned. I got banned on Twitch, so Blizzard saw me as a risk, and they said we don't want to deal with this guy anymore, and they banned me. So I got banned. I don't get no more of the cool packages. Which is too bad because sometimes they had food in them. Yeah, get the knee pads out, suck up to llama. Oh, damn it. All right, I guess we have to bite the bullet. God, this shit is top tier, man. It's got that bite to it. Yeah, Serenity is indeed an animal. I think he's I'm gonna go as far as to call him the real top din. All right, I'm gonna go as far as to call him the real top din. Certainly, when it comes to din v din, I think he has. Oh my god, surprise win for Riz there. Holy shit. Are these guys going to FT5? Or was that GG's? They're just jamming it. I don't know. I think the guys are just jamming it. Who knows? Caught him napping. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. But I think he's probably the most accomplished Din player with the most wins on Din in the DFC. If I just had to guess, I would say it's Serenity. Certainly most consistent. Now, one could argue that Joby had more big spectacle wins, meaning like wins against Savage players he probably shouldn't have won against, but did. Such as Dio, against a Druid player. That's pretty savage. He also, previous champ, the first ever champ, Joby. Every season he played in early, he just clapped him. You know what I mean? He was very decorated, but it was a different time back then. So it's tough. I think it's probably up in the air. Toss up between Joby and Serenity, but gotta give it to Serenity just for the consistency of play. You know what I mean? Like he's just been more consistent over time. Not to say that Joby isn't just as good, but. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, I think these guys are just jamming it right here. Yo, do we got anybody else in the queue? Anybody else ready to jam? Let me check the Discord here, make sure I ain't missing nothing. I do see AF50 up in here. AF50 and him. I see him Papa Weed as well. This is him Papa Weed. AF50. We ain't missing anything, are we? Let me see here. AF50 did indeed have a Green Lungs match. I think Green Lungs might have checked out for the day, unfortunately. So AF50, Green Lungs. Green Lungs no longer appears to be around. Maybe he is. Maybe he'll pop in. Then we've got him Papa Weed. I think he just peaced out. He's like, oh yeah, no, I was done. Well, damn. Is there no one else, boys? Yep, haven't heard from him since his melee match. Yeah. Ah, shit. Well, shit. Didn't him and Punch already go? They did, dude. Punch got there. It's crazy. Guy against all odds. Holy shit. No, is it though, Procky? I didn't even know. Well, shit. Not much I can do about that. It's my fucking name. I can't change it now. Yeah. Leap attack or something, Graham. Exactly, dude. Nah, I hear you. Well, shit. Well, alright, boys. Holy hell. Oh, Leek said, sorry, man. He shows the ping. No worries, bro. That's rough. We can try again next week. Word. Damn, son. All right, boys. Let's jam this. I think that's it. I think we've killed them all. Collectively, boys, as a community, we've killed everyone. Nicely done. Gotta give it to you guys. With the right level of violence, we can do anything. As we've proven tonight. Big Puff Ape, CMC Grizzle, the man, the myth. Bros, thank you so much for joining me, as always. Man, it's the highlight of my week, man. But I don't want to go! I don't want to go! DFC doesn't come back for a whole nother week! What are we gonna do? I don't know, Bill. Let's go out of here in style, shall we? Give me that beat that only a mother could love. Any day now, Bill. Any day, any day. Oh, that, yeah, okay, all right, here we go. Rose, thank you so much for joining me, man. Next week, we might get to see the leak. And, oh yeah, Joby sucks. I'm so pumped for this community, guys. Thank you so much. You make my week. You make my week every single week, man. It means a lot to be here with you. Don't worry, we'll be back. We will. Hell yeah, you know it, Shirley. See you guys in the Discord. See you next week. Peace.